Chapter 594, In the Moment of a Finger. Chapter 594, In the Moment of a Finger. Novel. Mi Chu Tianlan looked at the white-haired old man's condition. Even if he wasn't a martial saint, he understood the current situation. The white-haired old man used a secret technique, causing his cultivation to soar and his injuries to recover. The people around young master didn't forget him when they saved their companions. They were extremely grateful. He was sure that it was Li Lingshan's intention, but given the current situation, no one could leave. Ming Luo, leave quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. The moment Heavenly Demon King saw Martial Saint Ming Luo, he knew what was going on. Young master was worried about him, so he sent Martial Saint Ming Luo to attack secretly. He was extremely grateful. He understood that the young master knew that his schemes couldn't win against humans, which was why he had asked Ming Luo to come. At this time, if Ming Luo brought them along, everyone would definitely die here. If Ming Luo left alone, there was still a chance. Shut up. Young master said that I should bring the three of you back. Otherwise, I would be failing my duty. Martial Saint Ming Luo snorted coldly. Her heart was racing as she tried to find a way to escape from this place. As long as they escaped and informed the young master, they would have a chance to be rescued. Although the voice was fierce, Chu Tianlan and the other two didn't hear any viciousness in it. Instead, it sounded like concern. True companions could only be seen in the most dangerous times. I don't want to fight with you. If you escape, the young master will have another helper. If everyone stays, who will protect the young master? The Heavenly Demon King shouted loudly. His eyes were blood red and he wanted to struggle, but he was trapped by Martial Saint Ming Luo's halo. It's impossible for you to leave. Just wait to die. The white-haired old man's eyes were blood red, and the aura around his body became stronger and stronger. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty smile, as terrifying as a monster that wanted to devour people. Humph. Let's see how long you can last. Do you think you can kill me in a short time? Martial Saint Ming Luo's figure flashed as she flew around the white-haired elder. As long as she left this place and fled to the Li residence, Li Lingtian would discover her. Bang! However, as soon as it flew out, it was rebounded by a destructive force. Martial Saint Ming Luo was extremely shocked. In front of this white-haired old man, he had only reached the fourth heaven temporarily, but he was already so powerful. Phut! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale and powerless. You know that I've only reached the fourth heaven temporarily. Do you think I'll stall for time? Die! The white-haired old man's aura reached its peak. He grabbed at the air with one hand and a stream of pure spiritual qi turned into a giant sword, which struck toward Martial Saint Ming Luo. The attack came casually, and there was no move at all. It was completely the purest spiritual energy in the air. At this stage, there was no need for any skills or treasures. As long as one's cultivation was strong, any movement would carry destructive power. The destructive spirit energy sword was about to strike Martial Saint Ming Luo. As long as she was struck, Martial Saint Ming Luo would die. The Heavenly Monster King, Chu Tianlan, and the Jade-eyed Beast would all be killed. In the county city, countless experts looked at the situation in the sky with shock in their eyes. He had never expected that the prefecture's cleanup of the family would actually attract so many martial saints, and they were so abnormally powerful. The battle between the martial saints had exceeded the imagination of all the powerhouses. Looking at the giant sword of spiritual energy that was destroyed in the air, everyone knew that the Chu family's world was over. The Chu family's backing was about to be destroyed. However, at this moment, the giant sword of spiritual energy in the air strangely stopped moving in the air. Countless experts in Nanda County were puzzled by this situation. Only the white-haired old man's expression became fearful. On the contrary, Martial Saint Ming Luo's eyes were filled with passion and worship. Heavenly Demon Monarch and company also discovered the situation in the sky. They looked at the spirit energy sword in the distance in shock. The giant sword of spiritual energy was held in the air by a strange force and could not move at all. At this moment, Martial Saint Ming Luo was the first to react. With a flash, She brought Heavenly Demon King and the others out of the attack range of the giant sword. Trash. In the sky, a figure appeared strangely. The figure was elegant and elegant. The extraordinary temperament of the entire person made all the martial artists admire and worship him. This figure was obviously a young man. However, this figure was wearing a silver mask. Only his eyes and mouth could be seen. As for the rest, they had no idea what this young man looked like. But at this moment, no matter how this young man looked, he was stunning. This was because even the spiritual energy giant sword condensed by the fourth sky of the martial saint realm could easily block it. Moreover, no one knew what method this young man used. The giant sword was held up in the air. The position where the young man was standing was not on the same line of balance as the giant sword. It did not seem like the young man had attacked at all. The voice came out of the young man's mouth, but no one knew the change in the young man's expression. However, his voice was cold, as if it came from the underworld. The young man's hands that were behind his back hung down. One of his hands flicked the air, and the huge sword condensed from spiritual energy quickly dissipated. Phut! The white-haired old man's attack was destroyed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes revealed a look of fear. This masked young man was too mysterious and terrifying. His methods were shocking and simply unimaginable. Who are you? The white-haired old man did not show any signs of anger when he heard the young man call him trash. However, all the martialists in the city were shocked. A martial saint was actually called trash. What kind of concept was this? If even a martial saint was trash, what else was a genius? You shouldn't have come to this place. You met someone you shouldn't have met, so you can only destroy. The silver-masked youth was naturally Li Lingtian. With his divine sense and the cold ice flames on Heaven Demon King's heaven-startling hammer, he sensed that Heaven Demon King was in danger. At the same time, he also discovered that Martial Saint Ming Luo and the others were in danger. This was the perception of heaven and earth after the five elements Tao intent. No matter how big the city was, he could use his consciousness and perception to control everything. Therefore, he rushed here at the first moment and found out how terrifying the white-haired old man was. When the white-haired old man increased his cultivation, he arrived, but he never showed up. Hearing Martial Saint Ming Luo and Heavenly Demon King's conversation, he was extremely satisfied. It was worth it to have such a subordinate. No matter who you are, if you want to kill me, you have to pay the price. The white-haired old man was terrified. He felt the threat of death when facing this young man. This feeling was like meeting a super expert at the fifth or sixth sky of the Saint Realm. Not daring to be long-winded anymore, he circulated the true essence in his entire body. Ignorant. Li Lingtian snorted coldly as he glared at the white-haired elder. With a wave of his hand, a murderous aura appeared between heaven and earth. A sword ray with sword momentum tore through the void and slashed straight at the white-haired old man at an extremely fast speed. TSK. Phut. The white-haired old man was still circulating his true essence, but Li Lingtian's moves were unleashed at will. There was no need for him to circulate his cultivation. Naturally, he was extremely fast. However, before the sword light with sword force hit the white-haired old man, a tiny bloody hole appeared between the old man's eyebrows. The white-haired old man also stopped circulating his true essence. His eyes were dull and ashen. Then, a sharp sword light split the white-haired old man in half. In the air, the young man's figure disappeared strangely, coming and going without a trace. In just 10 seconds, the young man appeared strangely to block the giant sword of spiritual energy. He destroyed a fourth heaven martial saint like the white-haired old man with one sword strike and disappeared strangely at the same time. In 10 seconds, a heaven-defying change occurred. However, no one had seen the young man's face from the beginning to the end. They did not know who this young man was. The air quieted down. However, the momentary silence was broken by Martial Saint Ming Luo's attack. Martial Saint Ming Luo's destructive attack landed on the sky above Donghu clan. Countless martial emperors and revered martial artists were killed instantly. He was at the third sky of the martial saint realm. He could not defeat a fourth sky expert, but it was easier for him to kill some martial emperors and martial venerables than to kill ants. Donghu family vanished into thin air after the attack. Marshal Saint Ming Luo left with the three of them. When they returned to the Li residence, they saw Li Lingtian in the hall. The silver mask on Li Lingtian's face had been removed. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others naturally knew that Li Lingtian had saved them. This subordinate did not do his job well. "Please punish me, young master." The heavenly monster king stepped forward and bowed to Li Lingtian. He half knelt on the ground and dared not raise his head. "Forget it, you can't be blamed for this. Take this pill to treat your injuries. Chu Tianlan, go back and settle the matters in Nanda County for me. These things shouldn't be a problem for you." Li Lingtian waved his hand and lifted the heavenly monster king up with a wave of his hand. Following that, he flicked a pill and sent it in front of Heaven Demon Monarch. He looked at Chu Tianlan and spoke indifferently. His voice was calm and there was no change in expression on his face. Chu Tianlan's heart was pounding, and he wondered if Li Lingtian was displeased. However, he could only respectfully bow and leave, and quickly return to Nanda County to deal with the matter. Marshal Saint Ming Luo also went out to cultivate and recuperate. After Li Lingtian was done, he returned to the courtyard of the mansion. Tang Qingyu and the others were in the courtyard. They were overjoyed to see Li Lingtian. "I didn't expect your 5 elements will to reach this level. When you unleash the 9 heaven stars, it will be even more terrifying." Huangfu Yuyan witnessed how Li Lingtian dealt with the white-haired elder's spirit chi giant sword. When Li Lingtian arrived, he unleashed the 5 elements Tao will and used its mystical power to hold the giant sword before destroying it. Outsiders might not know what Li Lingtian had done, but Huangfu Yuyan and the rest knew about it. The 5 elements Tao intent was at perfection, and its power was incomparably magical, surpassing the scope of a martial artist's imagination. However, Li Lingtian had only just mastered it and could not unleash it as he wished. Only when the 5 Tao wills were perfected to the pinnacle would the power be earth-shattering. Chapter 595, Cultivation Plans. Chapter 595, Cultivation Plans. Novel. C. M. Although the 5 elements Tao intent is powerful, I haven't fully grasped it. I can only wait for a period of time to master the 5 elements will of the way and unleash the 9 heaven stars. At that time, I'll be invincible even if I encounter an ordinary martial saint. Li Lingtian replied calmly. He would not feel invincible just because he had killed the white-haired elder who was a martial saint. The white-haired old man was caught off guard when he was killed this time. Moreover, the old man was already injured, so forcefully raising his cultivation violated the laws of heaven and earth. In front of his 5 elements Tao intent, he naturally met his nemesis. Moreover, he had displayed the 5 elements Tao intent, which could be considered as a sneak attack. If he really fought with a 3rd sky martial saint expert, he would not be a match for a martial saint at all. What Ling Tian needs to do now is to increase the 5 elements Tao intent, Ice Fire 9 heavens, and the true dragon body protection. Tang Qingyu's words hit the nail on the head. These were Li Lingtian's most crucial cultivation techniques and his trump cards. Only by improving the strongest move and cultivation method was the king's way. Icefire 9 heavens. I can't level up now. After all, there isn't enough time. Although I've obtained the spiritual ice and the infinite holy flame, I'm not confident in fusing the 2 extreme attributes even if I control the Icefire 9 heavens. Moreover, the bottomless abyss is about to be activated. We can't be too hasty. Not only will all our previous efforts go to waste, but our impatience will also affect the cultivation of the Icefire 9 heavens. Li Lingtian thought for a moment and calculated the time. The bottomless abyss was about to open. He naturally could not break through in such a short period of time. Breakthrough was to choose the right time, place, and people. Often, a little mistake would affect the breakthrough and even leave behind after effects. Icefire 9 heavens. He had already reached the 3rd heaven, and his power was shocking and powerful. He could only think of a way to break through after the matter of the bottomless abyss and the spiritual herbal gardens was resolved. Oh, right. This time, countless experts from Nanda County have broken through. It should be a great threat to us entering the bottomless abyss and the spiritual herbal gardens. Shunmaya recalled the time when Li Lingtian had achieved a breakthrough. Countless powerhouses had also received the enlightenment of heaven and earth and successfully achieved a breakthrough. Those who did not manage to achieve a breakthrough had their cultivation base improved significantly. Among these powerhouses, there were definitely people who wanted to enter the bottomless abyss and the spiritual herbal gardens. Therefore, their breakthroughs were no different from raising their opponents by a level. That's fine. To them, advancing a realm is heaven-defying. However, in front of me, no matter how much they advance, it's just like that. They advanced by one realm, and so did I. On the contrary, the gap between us has widened. After entering the bottomless abyss, generally speaking, I won't make a move. When the time comes, it'll be up to you. Li Lingtian smiled. He did not intend to obtain any treasures in the bottomless abyss, but he wanted to train Tang Qingyu and the others in the bottomless abyss. Although their cultivation had reached the martial emperor realm, they had never gone through any training, let alone fought with experts. They had not even experienced a great battle. Naturally, they could not go on like this. This time, when they entered the bottomless abyss, he did not make a move. He just needed to hold the fort from the side. If one had to talk about being tempted, it would be the spiritual herbal gardens. As a saint alchemist, he was naturally interested in precious medicinal herbs. Big brother Ling Tian, you really don't have any compassion for women. Can you bear to see us fight against those experts? Shenyuan Yingying was stunned for a moment before she leaned against Li Lingshan's side and spoke pitifully. She looked so pitiful that one could not help but feel pity for her. However, Li Lingtian completely ignored her. If this girl was pitiful, then the world would be filled with pitiful people. The other girls were also amused by Shenyuan Yingying's reaction. To be honest, looking at your delicate appearance, you won't run away when you see your opponent, right? Li Lingtian reached out and pinched Shenyuan Yingying's face as he smiled faintly. He was really worried about them. After all, those who entered the bottomless abyss were all experts above the martial emperor realm. Moreover, they were all old foxes who had been around for decades or centuries. They were not people that Tang Ziming and the others could deal with. In the divine martial continent, apart from heaven-defying strength and cultivation, one also needed rich experience. Rich experience could only be obtained through the experience of blood and fire. Otherwise, it was impossible to obtain such rich experience. 4 martial artists of the same strength, one was a fledgling, while the other was experienced. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Usually, a low-level warrior who came out of the battlefield would rely on experience and killing to kill a high-level warrior. However, he had also thought about it. He would bring Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others to the bottomless abyss this time. This way, he could ensure more safety. HMPH, I won't. Shenyuan Yingying pouted when she heard Li Lingshan's words. She tugged at Li Lingshan's hand and shook it coquettishly. Li Lingshan's face was filled with unwillingness, causing him to feel a wave of regret. He could not afford to provoke this little girl so easily. Right, should we go to the bottomless abyss first and wait? Huangfu Yuyan said with a smile. During this period of time, she rarely went out of the mansion. It was also a little boring. If she went out to play, she could relax the tension brought about by cultivation. Yeah, there's not much time left anyway. Let's go to the entrance of the bottomless abyss and wait. However, we still have to go to the county city and prepare some daily necessities. Tang Qingyu said. They were girls. Even if they were martial artists, they had to prepare many things to survive in the wild. For example, clothes and blankets. Girls definitely couldn't lack them. Li Lingshan's interest was piqued by their words and he nodded in agreement. Then, the group left the mansion and put on some makeup to hide their peerless grace. This way, they would not be too eye-catching. However, even if they hid their peerless looks and grace, they could not hide their stunning temperament. A group of beautiful girls surrounding a young man like Li Lingtian was eye-catching no matter where they were. However, during this period of time, shocking changes had occurred in Nanda County City. No one dared to easily cause trouble. Furthermore, judging from the temperament of Li Lingtian and the others, they were not simple people. Countless people were envious of them, but none of them came looking for trouble. Just like before, the group of girls went to the front to pick out their favorite items while Li Lingtian paid the spiritual stones from behind. Although some shops could bid wildly when they saw this, because so many girls were buying things together, and it was the man who paid the spirit stones, the men would not bargain for the sake of their face. However, the items Tang Qingyu and the others chose were not expensive. To Li Lingtian, these spiritual stones were nothing. After strolling around for half a day, Li Lingtian was finally liberated when the group of girls decided to go home. Dragging his tired body back to the mansion, Li Lingtian did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the group of excited girls. Spiritual stones were not a big deal. After spending a day, he would only be able to spend more than 2 million. To him, it was almost a drop in the ocean. However, after shopping for half a day, he really could not take it. He had to admit that no matter how heaven-defying he was definitely no match for girls when it came to shopping. She also understood that men were inferior to girls in some ways. After returning to the mansion, the group of girls hurriedly washed the beautiful clothes they had bought and left them to cool by the garden in the mansion. Instantly, the entire garden was filled with colorful clothes. Li Lingtian felt that the yin was strong and the yang was weak. They were all a group of beautiful girls, but he had become the green dot among the flowers. He sat cross-legged and began to meditate to recover his strength. However, 2 hours had passed and his stamina had indeed recovered. However, just as he regained his stamina, a group of girls dragged Li Lingtian to the depths of the mansion. Qingping helped Li Lingtian move a chair to sit in the middle of the courtyard. Then, the girls passed out the clothes that they had bought and dried, one after another, like butterflies. All kinds of beautiful light clothes were simply tailor-made for them. For a moment, Li Lingtian felt as if he had entered the 9 heavens realm. The girls before him were like the 9 heavens goddess. For more than an hour, each of them had bought a dozen sets of clothes and tried them on once. Li Lingtian was dazzled by the sight. He kept praising them. Indeed, the value of these clothes could only be seen when they were worn by Tang Qingyu and the others. A faint smile appeared on his face. These beautiful women were all his. How is it? Pretty, right? Tang Zimeng came to Li Lingtian's side in a beautiful dress. She twirled her clothes with her slender hands and posed beautifully as she asked with a smile. Very good, very good. These clothes can only show their value on you. Li Lingtian spoke earnestly and sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Tang Zimeng and the rest were indeed peerless beauties. I bought quite a lot today. During this period of time, it's enough for us to go to the bottomless abyss. Huangfu Yuyan and the others came to Li Lingtian's side and surrounded him. The fragrance wafted into Li Lingtian's nose and he almost got carried away. Then let's rest in the mansion for the night. Tomorrow, we'll go to the bottomless abyss. It took Li Lingtian a while to react. His dazed expression made the girls laugh happily because Li Lingtian's actions proved their beauty and charm. Yes, I'll have a good rest today. After that, they returned to their rooms to rest. After all, going to the bottomless abyss would mean facing any challenges and dangers. Now that they finally had a peaceful day, they naturally had to rest well. That night, Qingping and Qingling lay beside Li Lingtian. However, the two ladies did not do anything as they stuck close to Li Lingtian. During this period of time, Qingping was no longer as shy as she was at the beginning. Instead, she was infatuated. Nevertheless, she knew her place. Knowing her identity, she only needed to quietly follow Li Lingtian. Chapter 596, Settling Down. Chapter 596, Settling Down? Novel. At the edge of the boundless ocean, a spaceship flew quickly toward the center of the ocean. On the spaceship, Li Lingtian, Tang Qingyu, and the others were enjoying the scenery by the sea and the surging waters. This time, Li Lingtian and the others had prepared quite a bit for their trip to the bottomless abyss after leaving Nanda County. Seeing that the bottomless abyss was about to open in 10 days, Li Lingtian and the rest did not delay any longer and flew toward the island. Big brother, did you get the bottomless abyss wrong? Wan Jiyi tugged at Li Lingtian's shirt with a happy expression on her face. He had been staying in the mansion for a long time and was a little tired of it. Now that he came out, he was naturally in a good mood. A powerhouse like Li Lingtian would never lose his way, yet Ji Yi had to tease him like this. You've learned from them. Even Big Brother is here to tease you. Li Lingtian smiled as he caressed Ji Yi's silky hair. Her silky hair was draped behind her back, making her look extremely adorable. As he spoke, he pointed at Tang Zimeng, Shenyuan Yingying, and Little White. The three of them were the most lively and mischievous. If he wanted to say that they were bad, he would have to follow them. Big Brother Ling Tian, how did you learn from us? Ji Yi was always like this. Tang Zimeng did not give in and immediately acted coquettishly with Li Lingtian. For a moment, the group of girls laughed. Right, Lingtian, there are countless powerhouses who came to the bottomless abyss this time. Should we return to the divine dragon ring first? Tang Qingyu asked Li Lingtian as she thought of the most important thing. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Li Lingtian. The experts who came here were all existences above the martial emperor realm. Their group did not have much experience. If others saw such a large group of beautiful women together, they would definitely be the most dazzling. No need. This time, I will push you out and let the world know of your existence. Let them know that you're my woman. If they dare to provoke me, I'll crush them and make the entire Shen continent disappear. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face. As he spoke, he exuded a supreme aura as if he was the ruler of the world. The group of girls were stunned by his domineering aura. In the past, although Li Lingtian was powerful, he kept a low profile and rarely spoke in such a domineering manner. Now, however, Li Lingtian was as powerful as a sharp heavenly sword. Upon hearing Li Lingshan's words, the girls were extremely happy. This strong and heaven-defying man was their man. While he was strong and heaven-defying on the outside, he was extremely gentle in front of them. That's great. When the time comes, I'll let them see that Big Brother Ling Tian is the true genius and the true powerhouse in this world. Shenyuan Yingying spoke in a sweet voice. Her face was flushed red and she was extremely happy as she looked at Li Lingtian with admiration. With your cultivation base, even a martial saint wouldn't dare to provoke you. All schemes and plots can be ruthlessly crushed. Xiaobai was also very happy. A strong person should have the personality and demeanor of a strong person. In the past, Li Lingtian had always kept a low profile, but now, he had risen to prominence. However, even though he was strong and powerful, he would always think twice before doing anything. Tang Qingyu and the others were speechless when they heard Li Lingshan's words. Li Lingtian had his reasons for making such arrangements. As his woman, she naturally had to support him silently. The spaceship was flying at high speed. From time to time, they would bump into a spaceship headed toward the bottomless abyss. When they saw Li Lingtian, they were all shocked and envious. Greed was more of it. In the divine martial continent, the strong pursued nothing but status, power, money, and women. Li Lingtian was surrounded by peerless beauties, and there was a large group of them at that. Naturally, it attracted the greed and jealousy of the other powerhouses. However, they did not dare to cause trouble easily. After all, they were heading to the bottomless abyss this time. Before they obtained any treasures, they did not want to cause trouble. Moreover, these beauties were all peerless beauties. Each of them was a rare beauty in the divine martial continent. One of them was already stunning. Now that a large group of them had gathered together, it was definitely not that simple. The ship flew quickly in the boundless sea, but it felt boring after a long time. However, Li Lingtian and the others gathered together and chatted about their past. They listened attentively as they were alarmed by Li Lingshan's encounter. Every time Li Lingtian encountered a situation, he had a slim chance of survival and had walked out from the brink of death. Although they had heard Li Lingtian mention it before, it sounded different now that he repeated it. This was because what used to be a story was now a life and a legend. It was something that Li Lingtian had encountered and experienced in the past decade. Although the girls by Li Lingshan's side had been following him for a long time, none of them had been with him from the beginning to the end. They either separated halfway or missed the opportunity. Now that Li Lingtian had recounted everything, the girls were excited and worried. Heaven has bestowed a great responsibility on him. Ling Tian has gone through so many hardships to obtain such heaven-defying strength. Every single bit of strength has to be obtained through countless hardships. Big Brother's luck is very good, but this is something that only someone with guts and courage can achieve. Big Brother Ling Tian's heaven-defying abilities are directly proportional to your hard work. All of a sudden, the girls revealed their motherly gentleness. They knew that Li Lingtian had gone through countless hardships in the past decade, but they did not expect him to go through so many trials of death. Li Lingtian felt warm and happy when he saw the girls' expressions. As they chatted, time passed unknowingly. At the same time, the spaceship arrived in front of the island in the bottomless abyss. The last time she came here, Little White had also been here. Naturally, she remembered the location. Without any mistakes, she finally arrived on the island. When they arrived, there were already countless experts gathered on this island. When Li Lingtian and the others arrived on the island, they attracted the attention of countless powerhouses. The main reason was because of a group of peerless beauties. Moreover, these beauties were surrounding a young man. This was the biggest highlight. The group of peerless beauties were all martial emperors, and they were the kind with very deep strength. Women rarely reached the rank of a martial emperor. Only those favored by the heavens had the chance to become a martial emperor. A martial emperor girl was the most attractive to men. A peerless beauty, coupled with a powerful cultivation, was undoubtedly a fatal temptation. Moreover, these beauties were all surrounding a young man. This young man looked like a martial honor. There were also 4 middle-aged men beside him. One look and one could tell that they were guards. These guards were all martial honors, but in this place, martial honors were nothing. This way, countless martial artists became much bolder. Countless eyes were on Tang Qingyu and the others. Tang Qingyu's icy aura made her look like an icy beauty. Huangfu Yuyan had a noble temperament. Tang Ziming and Ji Yi were all peerless beauties. They were so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. In an instant, countless voices of discussion rang out and they would occasionally look at Li Lingtian and the others' spaceship. Come, let's go down. Li Lingtian did not pay any attention to these so-called powerhouses. A girl who was too beautiful would naturally attract the attention of others. He couldn't control what other people thought of him. Besides, if they were noticed by these powerhouses, it would prove that Tang Qingyu and the others were outstanding. As long as he did not provoke Tang Qingyu and the others, Li Lingtian would not mind. Similarly, he could not insult them. If he offended Tang Qingyu and the others, he would be courting death. Yes. Tang Qingyu and the others glanced at the experts on the island and nodded. Then, the spaceship stopped and landed on the island. On the other hand, Marshal Saint Ming Luo was looking for a place to settle down. After all, Li Lingtian had too many womenfolk by his side, so he could not stay in the open. The island wasn't big. It was only 50 miles in radius. There were already hundreds of experts on it. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to find an uninhabited cave. Sir, we want this place. You guys leave. Marshal Saint Ming Luo's eyes were cold as she looked at the dozen experts in front of a valley and said indifferently. After saying that, he threw out a high-grade heaven artifact. He would exchange this heaven artifact for this place. To Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others, they would take whatever they had to take as long as it was necessary because it was what Li Lingtian needed. Besides, they didn't lack spirit stones and treasures. A high-grade celestial artifact is too little. Besides, we came here first. Do you want to snatch it by force? A 7th-level martial honored realm expert looked at the upper-grade celestial weapon in his hand. This celestial weapon was much more powerful than the mid-grade celestial weapon he used before. However, seeing Marshal Saint Ming Luo use an upper-grade celestial weapon, he naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. He wouldn't give it up until he got more benefits. Greed is only courting death. I'll give you 3 seconds to leave. Otherwise, Marshal Saint Ming Luo saw Li Lingtian and the others coming from behind. If she could not even handle this matter, she would not have the face to follow Li Lingtian. After saying that, a terrifying aura emanated from his entire body. His eyes were like sharp swords as he stared at the dozen or so experts. The other party was a Supreme Realm expert. On the surface, their strength and cultivation were much stronger than Marshal St. Ming Luo's. "You're courting death." The 7th level Marshal Honored Realm expert was furious when he saw Marshal St. Ming Luo being so arrogant. His side was a Marshal Honored Realm expert, and he was a 7th level Marshal Honored Realm expert. If he retreated just like that, what face would he have? The vital essence in his entire body revolved, and an aura burst out. A terrifying Supreme Realm aura pressed down on Marshal St. Ming Luo. In front of this aura, the dozen or so experts smiled as if they had seen Marshal St. Ming Luo being killed. However, the moment their smiles appeared, they turned ashen. That was because the aura of a 7th level Supreme Realm expert was like a clay ox entering the sea when it bombarded the other party. It disappeared without a trace. Moreover, the other party's terrifying pressure directly crushed towards them. This pressure made them unable to resist at all. Chapter 597, Gathering of Experts. Chapter 597, Gathering of Experts. Novel. C. M. Marshal Saint. More than 10 Supreme Realm experts exclaimed. They were all in the Marshal Honored Realm. Although they had never dealt with a Marshal Saint, they had seen the pressure of a Marshal Saint. This powerhouse in front of him, this pressure and aura, was something that only a Marshal Saint powerhouse could possess. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out that he was a Marshal Saint expert who had hidden his cultivation. "You can leave, but he wants to stay. Watch your mouth, or else." Marshal St. Ming Luo's eyes were cold as she increased her pressure. The destructive pressure pressed the 7th level Supreme Realm expert to the ground. Instantly, the 7th level Supreme Realm expert's eyes were filled with fear and finally turned into ashes. At this time, the 7th level Supreme Realm was already dead. More than 10 Supreme Realm experts were all extremely shocked. A 7th level Supreme Realm expert was actually killed by a pressure. How could they not be afraid? Instantly, their bodies began to tremble. However, Marshal St. Ming Luo withdrew her pressure at this moment. She glanced at the dozen revered martial artists with a sharp gaze and said indifferently, "I will definitely not speak nonsense. Junior will take his leave first. Thank you for showing mercy, Senior." All of a sudden, more than 10 revered martial artists sat on the ground. After hearing Marshal St. Ming Luo's words, they ran away quickly as if they had been pardoned. By the time they left, Li Lingtian and the others had arrived. He completely ignored these martial artists who were like stray dogs. This was because this world was a world where the strong reigned supreme. If their forces were strong, Marshal St. Ming Luo would not have chased them away. He came to the front of the canyon and scanned it with his divine sense. This canyon was only 1 mile long and 20 meters wide. The canyon was nothing more than 2 precipices. Li Lingtian scanned the area with his divine perception and found it safe. He then moved his body and cast a series of formations. The place had become a safe place. Marshal St. Ming Luo and the other 3 were meditating in front of the canyon. Li Lingtian and the rest entered the canyon to rest. A restriction was cast and the canyon disappeared. This canyon is really not bad. It's just nice for us to rest here for a while. Tang Qingyu's cold aura disappeared, replaced by a gentle aura. She held Li Lingshan's arm with her jade-like hands and walked inside. The other girls were also elated as they looked around. After staying in the mansion for a long time, living outside really had a different flavor. "I won't be staying for long, because the bottomless abyss is about to appear," Huangfu Yuyan said. When she left the mansion, there was still half a month before the bottomless abyss opened. However, she had spent a few days on the flying ship. Naturally, he didn't have much time to stay here. Moreover, there was no pattern to the opening of the bottomless abyss. It was normal for it to open for 10 days. Then rest well for a few days. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to rest after entering the bottomless abyss, Ji Yi said with a smile. Following that, Li Lingtian cast restriction spells in the canyon. For an array master like him, he could use arrays to create countless rooms even in an empty space. It was no different from the real world. In fact, it was not a problem to not cast a restriction in this place. After all, everyone here was close to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was the only man here and there were no outsiders. Soon, more than 10 rooms appeared. Although they were created by restrictions, it was still safe to live in. When you enter the bottomless abyss, enter the divine dragon ring first. You can come out when you're in the abyss. But this time, you'll be divided into 2 groups and take turns every day. In this way, you should be almost done with your training in half a year. In this case, with Long Da and the rest of us holding the line for you, you can truly experience the battle and discover the experience and danger. After staying in the canyon for 5 to 6 days, the girls were extremely happy. The fresh air and spiritual energy made people's hearts flutter. However, the good days were not long because the bottomless abyss was about to open. With Li Lingtian's cultivation base, his powerful array Dao, and his perception of the heaven and earth 5 elements formation, he naturally knew that there was movement in the bottomless abyss and the time to activate it was just around the corner. Li Lingtian gathered the girls together and spoke in a serious tone. There were a total of 11 girls by his side, including the maids. He naturally could not protect 11 girls well. If they were to rotate in 2 batches, it would be another matter. With the 5 girls outside, Li Lingtian's strength and Long Da's group of 4 would not pose much of a threat even if they were to encounter a martial saint powerhouse. Therefore, he told them his plan. After he finished speaking, he looked at Huangfu Yuyan and the others. Among his wives, Huangfu Yuyan and Tang Qingyu were the main ones. It was not that Li Lingtian was biased towards the 2 of them, but their experience, knowledge, and general knowledge were broader. When dealing with matters, he was more aware of the big picture and had a better grasp of the overall situation. This would save Li Lingtian a lot of trouble. Yes, your arrangement is very good. That's right. Well split into 2 groups. When the time comes, well distribute them according to the strength of our cultivation. This way, when the strength is strong, you can also control some of the rhythm. If the strength is weak, you can directly kill the experts when you encounter them. Huangfu Yuyan and Tang Qingyu nodded in agreement with Li Lingtian's plan. Big brother Ling Tian's plan is the best. Well distribute it according to our cultivation level later. Tang Zimeng said happily. Although they were all martial emperors, they had never really fought with an enemy and had no chance to do so. Now that they had the opportunity to gain experience, they could improve their knowledge and experience. This was an opportunity that could only be met by luck, because other martial artists' experimental learning would bring about life-threatening dangers. Even if they were to experience danger, with a super expert by their side, the danger would be greatly reduced. Husband, I'm afraid it's not good to train like this. Because with you by our side, we all know that the danger is not great. Without the experience of blood and fire, we can't truly grow strong. Shun Mai pointed out the disadvantages of the experience training. Although the experience training in the bottomless abyss could increase one's knowledge and gain countless combat experience, it could not grow like Li Lingtian. After Shunmaier finished speaking, the group of girls turned to look at Li Lingtian. What Shunmaier said made sense and was a crucial point. I understand, but this time, I have a plan. As long as you fight to a certain extent, I will be satisfied. In the future, the place where you will truly train will not be here. There are many other places where you can train. When that time comes, you will be able to truly grow stronger. Li Lingtian was aware of this logic, but he had already made up his mind. No matter what kind of experience it was, there was always a process. People would slowly improve and grow. After this experience, Tang Qingyu and the others had generally improved. When the time came, they would go to other places to experience and truly grow. In the future, there would still be many places to train, such as the spiritual herbal gardens, Lord Nandun, Qing Xian, and even the wars between the various countries, the chess games between the kingdoms, and finally the hegemony of the empires. All of these would require a process. This was a long and arduous journey, but it was also a great journey. It's fine as long as you have arrangements. There are still many places to train in the future. When the time comes, we will definitely be able to become true martial artists. Huangfu Yuyan nodded. She understood what Li Lingtian wanted to do. If he wanted to gain a foothold in Xianju, He had to conquer Shenju and make Shenju tremble under his feet. Alright, you guys go back to the Divine Dragon Ring first. It seems that there will be some movement in the bottomless abyss today. It'll be enough by then. Li Lingtian furrowed his brows as he spoke indifferently. He had already sensed the fluctuation in the space. This fluctuation came from the heaven and earth 5 elements formation. In other words, the bottomless abyss was about to open. When the time came, he would have to deal with all the experts. He naturally could not divert his attention to Tang Qingyu and the others. Moreover, at this time, the experts had gathered. He could not let them be exposed. Alright, we'll arrange it in the Divine Dragon Ring. We'll let you know when it's done. Tang Qingyu nodded and retracted her aura. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and the Divine Dragon Ring was activated. Tang Qingyu and the rest disappeared and entered the Divine Dragon Ring. After he was done, a comforting smile appeared on Li Lingshan's face. As he walked out of the canyon, Long Da and the other 3 were already waiting for him. When they saw Li Lingtian, they bowed respectfully. Young master, the experts who should have come have basically arrived. There are more than 700 martial monarchs, 800 martial honors, 500 martial emperors, and quite a few 8th or 9th heavenly layer martial emperors. We've discovered 7 martial saints, but 2 of them are hidden. We can't tell their cultivation level for a while. Ying's strength is terrifying. As for the powerhouses behind us, there should still be martial saints and super martial emperors. The powerhouses on General Long's island secretly did a headcount and gave Li Lingtian a rough estimate. Martial emperors and martial supremacies were not in their sights at all. Their goal was to focus on martial saints. The only ones who could really affect them were martial saints. 7 martial saints, plus the 2 who are hiding their cultivation, that makes 9. There should be quite a number of super experts coming later. These experts all like to arrive at the last moment. When you go in, enter the Divine Dragon Ring. That way, we won't separate. After they separate, we'll kill them all one by one. Li Lingshan's eyes were filled with killing intent. There were no martial saints in Nanda County and neither was there a martial saint in Qingxian. Even if there were a martial saint powerhouse, they were the pillars of the country and would not come here. Since he wasn't a martial saint from Qingxian or Nanda County, he would be an enemy in the future. If he was an enemy, he would have to kill him when he had the chance to, so as to avoid any future troubles. If they could subdue it, then so be it. That way, they could increase their strength. He had already started to plan what he would do after entering the abyss. Although it was dangerous this time, it was a good opportunity. Chapter 598, Powerful, 1. Chapter 598, Powerful, 1. Ex-novel. C. M. We understand. Long Da and the other 3 bowed respectfully. They were impressed by Li Lingshan's arrangement. In any case, he was going to offend all the experts this time, so he naturally wouldn't hide anything. Moreover, everyone would be wary of Li Lingtian in this way. It would be much easier for Li Lingtian to do things then. Now, leave 2 outside. Of course, these people won't accept it. If they don't accept it, kill them all. We can make an exception for those in Nanda County. Li Lingtian said calmly as he looked into the void. The heaven and earth 5 elements formation senses were getting stronger and the entrance to the bottomless abyss would soon appear. He had to do something first, in case he was too late. Soon, Long Da and the others had made the arrangements. Heavenly Monster King and Martial Saint Ming Luo entered the Divine Dragon Ring. After all, when they were in Nanda County, they had attracted the attention of many experts when they wiped out Donghu clan. The 2 of them were also quite eye-catching outside. Similarly, their appearance would definitely expose his identity. He did not want to expose his identity in the bottomless abyss for the time being. Therefore, Long Da and Martial Saint Yunhao were outside. Although Long Da was only at level 7, he had terrifying dragon energy and demonic power. He was not afraid even when facing a martial saint. Martial Saint Yunhao was also a 3rd firmament martial saint. With Li Lingshan's guidance, his strength was extremely terrifying. Li Lingtian also gave them a few heaven-grade mystical powers. After that, Li Lingtian put Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the Heavenly Demon King into the Divine Dragon Ring before leaving the canyon with Marshal Saint Long Da and Marshal Saint Yun Hao. They headed toward the place where the powerhouses gathered outside. The entire island wasn't big, but there were more than 2,000 experts gathered there. All of them were super experts. Those who could come here were all existences above the martial monarch realm. Moreover, there were martial venerables, martial emperors, and even martial saints. These experts were all fighting for the mysterious resources of the bottomless abyss and also wanted to train in the bottomless abyss. The competition this time was no longer a competition between low-level disciples, but a game between super experts. Therefore, the intensity of the competition this time could be imagined. Li Lingtian's arrival attracted the attention of many powerhouses. He was elegant and his entire body emitted an ethereal aura. That extraordinary temperament attracted the attention of countless experts. Those who could make it here were at least martial emperors. For a young man like Li Lingtian to reach the rank of a martial emperor, he was a heaven-defying monster. In the divine martial continent, although many experts retained their youthful looks, their true age could still be seen with a single glance. Li Lingtian was only 23 or 24 years old and looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. No one dared to underestimate his temperament and elegance. More importantly, there were two experts beside him. One was tall and mighty, and the other was of medium build, but they gave off a terrifying sense of threat. Li Lingtian arrived at the edge of the island with his hands behind his back, completely ignoring all the powerhouses. He walked through the crowd of experts with a calm expression on his face. A faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at the void. The aura of looking down on the world was unintentionally emitted, and people had to pay attention to it. The bottomless abyss is finally about to open. Li Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked into the void and sensed the message from the Heaven and Earth 5 Elements formation. All the powerhouses looked at Li Lingtian in confusion. Forget about the martial royal realm powerhouses because they knew that this young man was not to be trifled with. On the other hand, some martial honors and martial emperors were displeased because Li Lingtian had disregarded all the powerhouses in the world. A martial saint powerhouse disdained to argue with someone like Li Lingtian. It was as if their status would be lowered if they were to argue with Li Lingtian. Pa. At that moment, Long Da did not wait for Li Lingtian's instructions. He turned around and clapped his hands. A loud noise was heard in the air and it attracted the attention of all the powerhouses. All the experts looked at Long Da, not knowing what he was going to do. Everyone, my young master doesn't like to be interrupted when he's talking. Remember. Long Da said a simple sentence and then stopped talking. There was a bloodthirsty smile on his face. As soon as Long Da finished speaking, it immediately caused countless martial artists to discuss, and their faces were filled with disdain. Who do you think your young master is? Could it be that your young master is the crown prince of the kingdom? Even the crown prince wouldn't be like this. You don't know what you're talking about. Ignorant. All of a sudden, all the martial artists felt disdain. If they were to speak to someone like this, no one would dare to talk about it easily. But now, Long Da was warning all the experts. In this way, all the experts were not afraid anymore. No matter how arrogant the other party was, he would not go against everyone. After all, there were martial emperors and martial saints here. Nandu County, step forward. This bottomless abyss is about to open. I believe that everyone won't waste time, right? Li Lingtian spoke calmly as he glared at all the powerhouses. However, none of the Nandu County powerhouses stepped forward as soon as he finished speaking. None of them knew what Li Lingtian was going to do. Do you think you can stand up just because you say so? The bottomless abyss has opened. What does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are? The bottomless abyss has opened. It has nothing to do with you whether you delay or not. The 3 martial monarchs and 1 martial emperor scoffed after Li Lingtian spoke. Boom. Before the 4 experts could finish speaking, their eyes revealed a look of fear and despair. That was because a destructive pressure blasted over. In the face of this pressure, even a martial emperor or martial monarch would not have the slightest intention to resist. They finally understood that the other party was not to be trifled with. They also knew that they were courting death. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Even a saint alchemist could not refine a medicine for regret. The destructive pressure came from Yunhao martial saint. She looked at the four experts who were talking with a cold gaze. Phut! The four experts spat out blood and did not resist at all. The martial emperors and martial emperors were destroyed. For a moment, the entire island was silent. They were all shocked by this destructive pressure. The martial monarch and martial supremacy were stunned. Even the martial emperor powerhouses were shocked to death. The few martial saint realm experts were also shocked. Even if they could easily kill the experts here, it would not be so easy. He also thought that this middle-aged man was a martial saint expert. Moreover, he was a swift and decisive martial saint. He was completely under the command of that young man. The hearts of all the experts were shocked, and they could not stop thumping. Wasn't this too arrogant? However, no one dared to speak, because the person who spoke would be killed without a word. Not much, because someone had started to greet him. Yes, I like silence. Not bad, continue to maintain it. Li Lingtian replied calmly. His expression was calm and the smile on his lips remained. He did not care about killing a few martial emperors and martial emperors at all. Instead, he looked at all the experts indifferently. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't grasp it. The entrance to this bottomless abyss is unstable. I took a look, so I spent countless materials and energy to stabilize the entrance. Therefore, if you want to enter, you naturally can't enter for nothing. I don't want to beat around the bush, nor do I want to earn your wealth. If you want to enter safely, you have to make some contributions. You naturally won't ask me to contribute and pay, right? Therefore, a martial emperor can enter at 500 million spiritual stones per person. A martial honor can enter at 1 billion, a martial emperor can enter at 2 billion, and a martial saint can enter at 5 billion. Li Lingtian spoke at an unhurried pace. As he spoke, all the powerhouses understood. This young man had been waiting here for a long time, waiting for them to be fooled. His goal was to obtain spiritual stones. Originally, a martial royal realm expert could fork out hundreds of millions of spiritual stones, but it was not for spiritual stones. However, there were so many experts here. If they gathered all the spirit stones together, it would be a shocking fortune. Why don't you go rob them? Robbery. This bottomless abyss doesn't belong to your family. Why do you have to stabilize the entrance? Even if it's to stabilize the entrance, there's no need for so many spirit stones. Do you want the spiritual stones of a martial emperor or a martial saint? Do you not take all the experts here seriously? After Li Lingtian finished speaking, all the powerhouses held back their words. He was worried that he would be killed like the four powerhouses before him. However, after a long time, Li Lingtian smiled and waved his hand to signal for them to speak. All of a sudden, all the martial artists started discussing, feeling extremely aggrieved. This was because when they spoke, they needed the permission of the young man in front of them. After working for decades or centuries, this was the first time they had encountered such a grievance. The martial emperor powerhouse was furious, but he did not dare to speak first. The martial saint powerhouse looked at Li Lingtian with a smile. This bottomless abyss indeed doesn't belong to my family, but the entrance to this bottomless abyss is indeed stable. Now, it belongs to my family. If you're unhappy, you can say it. Similarly, you can choose not to enter. If you have the ability, you can enter and exit freely. I won't stop you. Li Lingtian remained smiling as he watched all the powerhouses' discussion. After a while, he made a gesture behind him and all the warriors shut up immediately. They did not speak anymore because they knew that Li Lingtian was about to speak. If they were to interrupt Li Lingtian while he was speaking, the consequences were obvious. Long Da and Marshal Saint Yunhao were extremely happy. They had been waiting for hundreds of years, but they had never imagined the current situation. Their young master was indeed a young master. It was not something that ordinary people could do. This courage, boldness, and strength made all the experts in the world walk within his rules. However, They did not show their joy. Instead, they looked coldly at the powerhouses before them. They were not worried that these powerhouses would deal with Li Lingtian. With Li Lingtian's cultivation base and strength, these people before him were no threat at all. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 599, Fighting a Martial Saint, 1. Chapter 599, Fighting a Martial Saint, 1. Novel. However, let me make it clear first. At the entrance of this bottomless abyss, I will use the Heaven and Earth 5 elements formation. There is a time limit. Before I enter, this array will not disappear. The time is only half an hour. Do as you see fit. Li Lingtian continued to speak indifferently, completely ignoring the unwillingness of the 2,000 powerhouses before him. After saying that, he looked at the void because he could sense that the bottomless abyss was about to open. He had added a Heaven and Earth 5 elements array in front of the bottomless abyss, so he had to make some preparations. If this bottomless abyss was restricted by his array, it would be over. At that time, he would definitely be attacked by all the experts. He was not afraid of the attacks of these experts, but it was a pity that it was a good training scene. You said 5 billion spirit stones. Could it be that 5 billion spirit stones are stones from the roadside? At this moment, a skinny old man at the second sky of the martial saint realm walked out. The skinny old man was extremely skinny and looked as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, the old man's eyes flashed. It was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. The old man stopped 100 meters away from Li Lingtian and the others as he spoke calmly. His eyes were fixed on Martial Saint Yunhao. Yunhao Martial Saint had started to kill the 4 experts with her shocking pressure. In his heart, Yunhao Martial Saint was the biggest threat. As for Long Da and Li Lingtian, he did not care much about them. What do you want now? Li Lingtian smiled faintly but did not get angry. Instead, he looked at the old man. He didn't answer the old man's question, but asked a question instead. If he didn't agree, he would beat him up. In this world, the strong are respected. If you want spirit stones, then look at your power. A smile appeared on the skinny old man's face, and his smile became strange and evil. What do you plan to do? Li Lingtian repeated the same sentence with a smile in his eyes. Didn't you stabilize this bottomless abyss? You should have heaven-defying strength. If you can defeat me, I'll pay 5 billion spirit stones. Otherwise, your rule won't be valid. The emaciated elder's gaze shifted from Martial Saint Yunhao to Li Lingtian. His gaze seemed to be tangible and there was a strange sense of oppression in the air. None of the powerhouses expected the old man to have his eyes on Li Lingtian. A martial saint powerhouse challenging a martial emperor was something they felt disdain and contempt for. However, no one dared to look down on him at this time. Although the old man was despicable, it was beneficial to them. Moreover, this was a world where the strong were respected. No matter what method he used, it was a manifestation of strength. At that moment, everyone knew that Li Lingtian would lose face if he did not agree. Even if he lost face, he would not agree. After all, a martial emperor and a martial saint were 2 completely different worlds. There was no way to compare them. All of a sudden, the 2,000 powerhouses looked at Li Lingtian with a smile on their faces. With such a gaze, everyone gathered together and it undoubtedly put pressure on Li Lingtian. They forced Li Lingtian to accept the elder's challenge. If Li Lingtian lost, they would not have to fork out any spiritual stones. The smiles on the faces of all the martial artists were self-evident. There was not a single sound on the island. However, Long Da and Martial Saint Yunhao were smiling evilly. The old man also noticed this smile. He was stunned and felt that something was wrong. However, he could not tell what was wrong. Don't you think you're very boring? Li Lingtian said calmly as he looked at the skinny old man. He did not expect the old man to be so shameless that he would challenge him in the face of the world's powerhouses. He was utterly shameless. However, he didn't agree to it randomly. Instead, he asked the old man. In this world, the strong are respected. Since you have established the array, you have to pay a price if you want to get the spirit stones. If you don't dare, just say it. The old man felt relieved when he saw the smiles of the countless experts behind him. The abnormality from before had long disappeared. He did not believe that the young man would dare to fight him, nor did he believe that Li Lingtian and the other two would dare to offend all the powerhouses. Putting everything else aside, there were 6 or 7 martial arts saints here. The young man would definitely not dare to do so. I wouldn't dare. Li Lingtian replied with a smile. It was a matter of a few words and he did not care about it. Those 2 simple words were like a bomb that exploded. All the warriors were stunned. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be so direct. Did he not care about his dignity? Similarly, they were stunned by Li Lingtian's answer and did not know what to say. Since you don't dare, then your rules don't have to be established. The skinny old man was also stunned. He did not expect this young man to admit that he did not dare to do so in front of so many experts. Moreover, he said it so easily. His initial strength was in stark contrast to his current cowardice. He felt a wave of disdain in his heart. That's right. Since you don't dare, don't talk big. This array formation is to stabilize the entrance to the bottomless abyss. This is your own wish. We didn't force it. If you don't dare, then retreat. You still dare to ask for spirit stones? How boring. Spiritual stones are not a problem. If you dare to defeat His Excellency Qing Xiao, I'll pay double the amount. Yeah, if I can defeat Qing Xiao, I'll pay double the spirit stones. All of a sudden, all the warriors exclaimed loudly when they saw Li Lingtian's aura weakening. In the end, he actually said that he would pay double the spirit stones if he defeated Qing Xiao. The entire island was bustling with activity. Countless experts began to cheer along. Li Lingtian and the other 2 were still smiling when they saw the powerhouse's expressions. However, they did not speak. After a long time, Li Lingtian chuckled to himself. He had achieved his goal. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Remember what you said, lest you regret it later. Remember, they killed you. Li Lingtian spoke calmly as he looked at all the powerhouses. Then, he turned to look at the void as the signs of the bottomless abyss opening had appeared. He had to resolve this matter in a short period of time to avoid any delays. His gaze was like a sharp sword as he looked at the skinny old man. This skinny old man was the Qing Xiao that all the experts had mentioned. It seemed that this Qing Xiao was quite famous. After saying that, his body disappeared strangely. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the sea realm. He looked at all the experts below and gave off a disdainful aura, as if he was in the world. Li Lingtian's action was a shock to all the powerhouses. He actually dared to fight a martial saint. Was he courting death? However, Li Lingtian gave them the feeling that he had the confidence to defeat a martial saint. Suddenly, they felt an illusion. Swoosh. Qing Xiao did not expect Li Lingtian to agree to a fight with him. It was a stark contrast to his initial refusal. His body floated in the air, forming a balance line with Li Lingtian. The 2 of them stood 1,000 meters apart, staring at each other from afar. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Qing Xiao was infuriated. Li Lingtian's actions were undoubtedly a provocation and an insult. He could not tolerate it anymore. If he was challenged by a martial emperor, how could he still have the face to survive in the future? A shocking martial saint's pressure and aura burst out, and the entire space instantly shook. The terrifying pressure and destructive aura made countless martial emperors and martial supremes use their cultivation techniques to resist. They were shocked. This was the pressure and aura of a martial saint. All the experts were shocked and admired Qing Xiao in the sky. Qing Xiao's strength has improved a lot. Even I might not be his match. The few martial saint realm experts also secretly compared themselves. They were shocked by Qing Xiao's cultivation. For a moment, the space trembled. The expert did not dare to breathe too loudly and looked at the 2 people in the air. Compared to Qing Xiao, Li Lingtian's aura was barely discernible. All the warriors looked at Li Lingtian as if he was a dead man. Even a warrior sage's aura could crush Li Lingtian to death, let alone a battle. All right, ignorant trash. Use your strongest attack, lest you regret it later. Li Lingtian said calmly as he secretly circulated his true essence and unleashed the true dragon body barrier. He looked at Qing Xiao. This Qing Xiao was at the second sky of the martial saint realm. He was indeed extremely powerful, but compared to the 7 demon venerables and the white-haired old man, he was on a completely different level. However, he did not dare to be careless. A battle between experts could easily be wiped out. Whoosh! Everyone was shocked. He actually called a martial saint trash when facing him. He had seen many arrogant people, but he had never seen such a domineering and arrogant person. What was arrogant? This was arrogant. How dare he be so arrogant in front of a martial saint? Die! Qing Xiao was thoroughly enraged. The pressure and aura from his entire body formed a halo and blasted toward Li Lingtian. The pressure and aura of a martial saint fused, forming a destructive halo. In his heart, only by using the simplest pressure and aura to kill the other party could he dispel the hatred in his heart. In the air, a halo flashed as it charged toward Li Lingtian regardless of the distance between them. All the experts' hearts trembled. Facing this might and pressure, they could not find any way to resist and lost their consciousness to resist. In their hearts, if they were to stand in Li Lingtian's shoes, they would only be waiting for death. However, at that moment, Li Lingtian's shocking aura suddenly exploded like a bomb. At first, there were no signs, but when he used his pressure, it was so sudden that it felt surreal. At the same time, the destructive pressure formed a 5-colored halo and fiercely collided with Qing Xiao's pressure. Immediately, the space was torn apart, and strong energy shot in all directions. It was as if the end of the world had arrived in the sky. With his shocking might, all the warriors no longer dared to underestimate Li Lingtian. Instead, they felt fear and dread. This was because Li Lingtian had been concealing his cultivation base all this while. Now that he was unleashing it, it was an earth-shattering existence that could destroy the world. Chapter 600, Merging the Divine Seal and the Heavenly Sword. Boom! The two destructive auras collided, and the space was instantly torn apart. Both Li Lingtian and Qing Xiao retreated rapidly, but Li Lingtian only retreated 100 meters. However, Qing Xiao was pushed back more than 1,000 meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. The collision of pressure was a confrontation of strength. Pressure and cultivation were directly proportional. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the pressure. Qing Xiao, who was at the second sky of the martial saint realm, had an earth-shattering pressure. If it was any other time, he could easily kill any martial emperor. However, this time, he met Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's cultivation was only at the 4th firmament martial emperor realm, but he had mastered the 5 elements will, heaven and earth reincarnation technique, and the true dragon body barrier. The devouring light also consumed the opponent's pressure. With all of this combined, it was really asking for a beating if they were to compete in terms of pressure. Whoosh! With a loud bang, all the experts were shocked. Qing Xiao, who was at the second sky of the martial saint realm, failed to suppress the other party with his terrifying pressure. Instead, he was injured by the other party's pressure. What kind of concept was this? Even if Li Lingtian had displayed his cultivation base, they could not accept the fact that he was a 4th heaven martial emperor who defeated a martial saint with his aura. I didn't want to do it at first. But if I encounter someone who wants to die, I can only reluctantly do it. Li Lingtian had a serious expression on his face as he circulated his true essence to the maximum. The light shield of the true dragon's body barrier protected his body. The heaven and earth reincarnation art balanced the 5 elements will. Suddenly, the shocking destruction metal will was unleashed. The will of the golden path was for destruction. Between heaven and earth, the will of the great path was rampant. All the experts felt the aura of death. Their eyes were filled with fear as they watched the metal will of the way in the sky. They did not expect Li Lingtian to have mastered the metal will of the way. Good, very good. Then try my great samsara divine seal. Heaven and earth reincarnate, and all things are destroyed. Great Samsara Divine Seal. Qing Xiao was extremely shocked and also showed a trace of fear. The young man in front of him was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The cultivation of a martial monarch realm expert was actually so terrifying. He was a martial saint, so he naturally understood how terrifying the pressure was. In terms of pressure, the other party had completely defeated his martial saint's pressure. This young man could not be underestimated. Immediately, he did not dare to underestimate it anymore. Instead, he circulated the true essence in his entire body to the limit. With the flipping of spells, the aura of space also changed. All the experts looked at the sky in shock. The martial saints used super heaven-grade divine powers that were almost equivalent to forbidden techniques. They hurriedly retreated to the other end of the island and circulated their true essence to resist the threat from the outside. In the air, a huge handprint formed. The handprint was over 100 meters in size, floating in the air like the might of the heavens. The sea and the island trembled under the handprint. Killing intent also appeared in Qing Xiao's eyes. He was extremely satisfied with his great rebirth divine seal. At the same time, he was furious. He did not expect a martial emperor youth to force him to use his strongest trump card. The Grand Reincarnation Divine Seal followed Qing Xiao's magic art and struck Li Lingtian in the distance. Wherever the divine print passed, the entire space seemed to melt and shatter inch by inch. All the powerhouses were looking at the deities Mark and Li Lingtian, who was standing in the distance. Now, they no longer looked down on Li Lingtian. Even though Li Lingtian was only a martial supreme, his initial pressure was terrifying and he had once defeated a martial saint. Now that they had witnessed the Mark's attack on Li Lingtian, they wanted to see who was more powerful. They wanted to see how Li Lingtian could dodge and escape. Heaven Sword Unity. Li Lingtian looked at the Grand Reincarnation Divine Seal with a serious gaze. This great Samsara Divine Seal had a trace of the trajectory of heaven and earth, and it was similar to the Heaven Flipping Seal. It just didn't have the will of the earth, so it didn't display the power of the great Samsara Divine Seal. He already had a plan in his mind. He would snatch this great Samsara Divine Seal. When the time came, he would comprehend it properly. Perhaps he could fuse it with the Heaven Flipping Seal and form a destructive almighty technique. With the will of the 5 elements, any move could be transformed into something magical. After seeing the other party's move clearly, he also understood that the other party would not change his move. The true essence that had been circulating in his body was mobilized. With a move of his divine sense, the Tianyu sword appeared in his hand. Then, a shocking sword intent spread out and wreaked havoc in the air. Li Lingtian was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. All the powerhouses could feel the destructive sword will. He was shocked. An expert who could cultivate sword intent was impressive. The Tianyu sword spun, and a shocking sword light appeared. The sword light was 2 meters long, and it tore through space with a destructive aura. Li Lingtian's figure flashed and he disappeared as if he had merged with the sword radiance. The destructive sword light slashed at the great Samsara Divine Seal with sword power. In space, 2 extremely destructive attacks tore through the air. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the sword light and the Divine Seal finally collided. The Great Reincarnation Divine Seal was known as a super heaven-grade divine power. When it was used by a martial saint, it was simply devastating. Heavenly Sword Unity was a mighty figure technique that surpassed heaven-rank divine powers. It was known as a saint-rank mighty figure divine power. Although he was only a martial monarch realm expert, he had mastered the will of the 5 elements. In addition, his strength was several times stronger than his cultivation realm. Under this attack, it carried the power to destroy the world. Hiss! The sound of cloth being torn apart could be heard. The 100-meter-wide Great Samsara Divine Seal was torn open by the sword light of the Heaven Sword Unity. The sword ray pierced through the middle of the Divine Seal with a destructive sword aura and slashed at Qing Xiao's body. At this moment, Qing Xiao did not have the slightest chance to resist. His eyes were filled with despair. TSK. The sword light pierced through Qing Xiao's body. Qing Xiao floated in the air. The remaining force of the sword light cut through the air and landed on the sea. A chasm appeared in the sea, and shocking seawater soared into the sky. Li Lingxian's figure appeared. The Tianyu sword in his hand was still spinning like before. However, Li Lingxian's aura had weakened considerably and his eyes were cold. Ah! With a miserable cry, Qing Xiao's body turned into pieces and finally disappeared in the air. A martial saint was killed by a martial emperor in one strike. A storage pouch fell from the sky. Li Lingtian grabbed it with one hand and the storage pouch returned to his hand. All the experts were startled awake at this time. Other than shock, there was still shock in their eyes. Moreover, there was more fear and dread. A martial supreme had killed a martial saint powerhouse with one move. What kind of concept was that? This sword strike was engraved in the hearts of all the experts. It would never be able to erase the charm of this sword strike. Hush! All the experts gasped. Even martial emperors and martial saints gasped. They knew how terrifying martial saints were, but such a terrifying existence was actually killed in one strike. Such a thing was even more terrifying. Now, this young man in front of him was completely a death god. Li Lingtian landed and swept his cold gaze across all the powerhouses. Wherever his gaze passed, all the powerhouses lowered their heads and dared not look Li Lingtian in the eye. Double the spirit stones, yes. Li Lingtian said calmly after he had finished looking at the powerhouses. After saying that, he began to meditate and regulate his breathing. There was still a little time left, so he took advantage of this time to recover his consumed true essence. While he was meditating and resting, Long Da had already begun collecting spirit stones. Now, the number of spirit stones had doubled. 1 billion for martial emperors, 2 billion for martial honors, 4 billion for martial emperors, and 10 billion for martial saints. Instantly, Long Da's face revealed an excited smile. Looking at the large number of spirit stones entering his storage bag, his heart was filled with joy. After all, these powerhouses were the overlords of their respective regions. However, they could only offer their wealth in front of Li Lingtian. Naturally, they did not expect Li Lingtian, a martial emperor, to be a martial emperor powerhouse. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be able to kill a martial saint in one move. Now that he had paid double the spiritual stones, he could only admit defeat. The main thing was that Li Lingtian was not someone to be trifled with. Although Martial Saint Yunhao was excited and wanted to collect the spiritual stones, he understood that Li Lingxian's safety was more important. Although no one dared to provoke Li Lingtian at this time, he did not dare to be careless in case someone ambushed Li Lingtian. That would be the end of him. After a full 20 minutes, all the experts had handed in their spirit stones. At this moment, Long Da calculated that there were 763 martial royal realm experts. Each of them had 1 billion, which was 763 billion. There were 821 martial honors, each of them had 2 billion, which was 1,642 billion in total. There were 527 martial emperor powerhouses, and each of them had 4 billion, which was 210. 8 billion. There were 8 martial saint powerhouses. 10 billion for each person, 80 billion in total. This time, in just 20 minutes, he had collected 3,593 billion spirit stones. The number of spirit stones was shocking, but it had almost plundered all of these experts. Countless experts were greedy. However, when they thought about how Qing Xiao, who was at the second sky of the martial saint realm, was killed in one move, they could only imagine that they had so many spiritual stones. Even if he didn't enter the bottomless abyss, he could still buy countless saint weapons with more than 3 trillion spirit stones. Half an hour later, Li Lingtian opened his eyes and stood up. General Long handed the spirit stone to Li Lingtian, who took it and put it into the divine dragon ring. His eyes were looking at the sky. Although it was not cloudless, it was still very quiet. But now, there was an inexplicable throbbing in the space, giving people an uneasy feeling. Rustle. Rustle. A rustling sound came from the air, but it was unknown where the source was. All the experts revealed excited expressions because the bottomless abyss was about to open. They could also enter the bottomless abyss to search for treasures and resources. They could also leave the dangerous Li Lingtian behind. All the powerhouses thought to themselves that they should never meet this person. After all, in the bottomless abyss, there was no mercy at all. The other party would definitely kill them mercilessly. Chapter 601, Bottomless Abyss Boom. With a loud explosion, the space seemed to have been blasted open, and the destructive force wreaked havoc. Li Lingtian's eyes revealed a grave expression as he waved his hands continuously. Streams of magic arts were shot into the air. After more than 1,000 incantations, a light shield with a radius of 100 miles appeared in the sky above the sea. The light shield was the Heaven and Earth 5 Elements formation which Li Lingtian had cast some time ago. Upon seeing this magical light shield, all the powerhouses finally believed Li Lingtian's words. This was the 5 Elements formation and no one could break it. The sea area kept on surging. In the sky, a beam of light came from the 9 heavens and directly bombarded the light shield of the Heaven and Earth 5 Elements formation. Boom! The sea area shook, and even the island trembled as if it was about to sink. This was the might of heaven's might. No matter how powerful humans were, they were incomparably small in front of heaven's might. Li Lingtian's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. However, he managed to stabilize himself. Heaven and Earth 5 Elements formation, activate. With a light shout, a spell was cast, and the power of the 5 elements entered the 5 Elements formation. Suddenly, a hole appeared on the light shield. It was pitch black inside and went straight to the bottom of the sea. No one knew how deep this hole was or where it led to. Hurry up and go in. You only have 5 minutes. Li Lingtian's hands produced a mystical true essence which was quickly injected into the light shield. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. All the powerhouses knew that Li Lingtian was using his true essence to support the light shield. If they were late, they would not be able to enter. No one hesitated anymore. Their figures flashed and they quickly flew towards the cave entrance. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Rustle. Waves of air-piercing sounds rang out as countless experts entered in a single file. In the end, they disappeared into the hole in the light barrier without a trace. As time passed, more than 2,000 martial artists entered the cave. At that moment, Li Lingtian shouted into the void. The 4 of you, do you need me to invite you? If you don't want to go in, then I'll go in. Li Lingtian shouted into the air as if he was talking to thin air. However, just as he finished speaking, the air trembled and 4 figures appeared not far away from Li Lingtian. The 4 figures were all martial saints, and their bodies emitted a shocking martial saint aura. Judging from his aura, he was definitely not an ordinary warrior sage powerhouse. Li Lingtian was shocked. After the few martial saint powerhouses appeared, they did not enter the light shield immediately. Instead, they stood not far behind Li Lingtian. Their positions and momentum formed a semi-encirclement. Long Da and Martial Saint Yunhao immediately launched a destructive attack because their opponents were extremely powerful. Even if they used their full strength, they might not be able to defeat their opponents. Moreover, there were 4 of them. 4 super martial saints. Under such circumstances, it was definitely not that simple. The 4 of you, before you do anything, think carefully about the consequences. If the 4 of you think that you have the confidence to defeat me, then give it a try. However, I advise you to think about the consequences. Li Lingtian supported the light shield with both hands as sweat trickled down his face. He had also consumed more than half of his true essence. However, he did not show any fear. Instead, he calmly said to the few experts behind him, "If the other party really dared to make a move, then don't blame him for being merciless." Even if it was risky, he had to make the 4 super martial saints stay. Sir is indeed powerful. You actually knew that we were up there. It seems that you already knew. The middle-aged man in red shouted. His fire-type martial soul was extremely violent and his cultivation base was unfathomable. Even Li Lingtian could not tell what his cultivation base was. Haha, you guys want to pay 20 billion. Because I don't want to go in anymore. Earning trillions is enough. There's no need to take the risk. Li Lingtian burst into laughter. He suddenly let go of the matter and turned around to look at the 4 warrior sage powerhouses. Facing 4 martial arts saints, the pressure was immense. However, he could not be at a disadvantage now. If he was at a disadvantage, he would be killed by the 4 martial arts saints. The 4 martial saints were obviously stunned when he let go. 20 billion? Why don't you rob them? The middle-aged man in red said angrily. Others were asking for 10 billion, but they were asking for 20 billion. Wasn't this cheating? Initially, they were going to deal with Li Lingtian. However, they did not expect him to let go of his hand. They were not paying attention to him. Robbing. How about it? If you have the ability, then do it. Don't regret it. Li Lingtian channeled his entire body's true essence and activated the devouring light. Instantly, the heaven and earth spirit chi surged toward him and transformed into true essence. The genuine vitality that was originally consumed instantly recovered to its peak condition. This change immediately shocked the 4 martial saints. Devour! The 4 martial saints exclaimed at the same time. With such a physique, it was simply heaven-defying. It could devour the cultivation and consciousness of others, and it could also devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into true essence. It was simply that true essence would never be exhausted. Li Lingtian's true essence was restored to its peak as he glared coldly at the 4 martial saint powerhouses. Long Da also used the roaring dragon battle halberd in his hand. Martial Saint Yunhao also circulated her vital essence to the extreme. The power of the third sky of the martial saint realm was shocking. As long as he made a move, he would unleash a shocking attack. The trio showed no hesitation or fear in this situation. The 4 martial saints were confused as they did not know if Li Lingtian and the rest were pretending to be strong or if they were really strong. Not enough. Then let's have another one. All of you can stay. Li Lingtian looked at the 4 martial arts saints and knew that they were trying to estimate the current situation. Naturally, he would not let them have their way. With a flick of his divine sense, the space immediately trembled. Heaven Demon Monarch's tall and mighty figure appeared. When he appeared, he was already prepared for battle. This was because Li Lingtian had reminded him to fight back when he was in the Divine Dragon Ring. Hey! So it's you. As expected. I was wondering why it was so familiar. The 4 martial saints were shocked when they saw the heavenly demon king's appearance. This was because Li Lingtian's casual words had given rise to another martial saint powerhouse. Moreover, it was a very abnormal martial saint. At the same time, he recognized the Sky Demon King. When he wiped out Donghu family, countless experts in the dark knew about it. Upon seeing the heavenly demon king's appearance, they could guess Li Lingtian's identity. The silver-masked youth had wiped out a martial saint with a flick of his finger. His elegance and domineering aura made people feel fearful. Now that they knew that the young man in front of them was the masked young man from last time, the 4 martial saints were incomparably shocked. 20 billion. Li Lingtian said coldly. Naturally, he understood the other party's intention and recognized his identity. However, at this time, he had no choice but to find an opportunity to eliminate these martial saints in the bottomless abyss. Otherwise, it would not be good if his identity was exposed. All right, 20 billion. Consider me unlucky. The middle-aged man in red did not relax at all when he saw Li Lingtian's group of 4. Needless to say, Li Lingtian's situation could only be described as terrifying. When they saw Li Lingtian killing Qing Xiao, they were shocked and wanted to join forces to eliminate Li Lingtian. Now that they knew that Li Lingtian was the silver-masked young man, they were even less confident. They were confident that the 4 of them could take on one person, but Li Lingtian had 3 helpers by his side. Moreover, there was at least one powerhouse who had yet to show up. If the other powerhouse were to show up, it would be difficult for them to escape easily, let alone kill Li Lingtian. After all, they had a deep impression of the warrior sage that was wiped out with a snap of their fingers. Apart from Long Da, the other 3 of Li Lingtian's group were watching the other party intently. General Long was only relieved after he kept the spiritual stones handed over by the other party. Following that, Li Lingtian cast a spell and the Heaven and Earth 5 elements formation that was about to dissipate stabilized once again. However, it could be seen that this array formation could not hold on for long because the entrance was slowly disappearing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 4 air-piercing sounds rang out. The middle-aged man in red and the other 3 quickly entered the light barrier and disappeared. Li Lingtian also called Long Da and the other 2 into the divine dragon ring before he disappeared into the cave in a flash. However, when he entered, he used the spatial banner. He had suffered such a loss before, so he did not dare to let his cultivation fall again. If his cultivation fell in the bottomless abyss, he would really be courting death. The moment he entered the bottomless abyss, Li Lingtian felt as if he was submerged in seawater. However, it was not real seawater but a feeling. This feeling lasted only for a moment. In the blink of an eye, Li Lingtian appeared on an island. The reason why it was called an island was because it was surrounded by an endless sea. At the edge of his divine sense, he found another island. Based on the experience of the powerhouses who had come to the bottomless abyss before, Li Lingtian was certain that this place was the bottomless abyss. Moreover, this place was an independent world. It was an archipelago world, and there were islands of all sizes everywhere. However, there were many dangers up there. There were also countless mysterious resources and treasures, as well as unknown dangers. After Li Lingtian landed, he extended his divine perception and found himself on an island with a radius of 100 miles. There were no demonic beasts or spirit chi on the island, only some ordinary trees. More importantly, there was no moon or sunlight in this place. It was chaotic, but everything could be seen clearly, just like the cloudy days in the world above. Whoosh, whoosh. Li Lingtian's figure flashed as he arrived at the center of the island. He found a more secluded spot to stop before he called out to Long Da and the other 3. 3 martial saints and a rank 7, level 9 Long Da, in addition to his cultivation at the 4th heaven of the martial emperor realm, were considered powerful in this place. The main thing was that the 5 of them did not split up. The other experts were teleported at the same time and could not be together. They were in the divine dragon ring and had been summoned by Li Lingtian. As long as the 5 of them were not too unlucky, they would not encounter a few powerhouses working together. Even if they all joined forces, they could still escape. Flower Drop thanks all the readers for their support. I'm giving out red packets during the new year. Starting from February 10, 2015, I'll give out red packets ranging from 100 to 500 yuan every night at 8 p.m. Group ID 315772906422751359. You have to join the group to get a red packet. Chapter 602, Beginning the Experience, 1. Chapter 602, Beginning the Experience, 1, Oxnovel. C. M. Young Master. After Long Da and the other 3 came out, they stood respectfully behind Li Lingtian and waited for his instructions. At the same time, he also looked around. This was the most instinctive reaction of an expert. Let's leave this place first, in case we encounter others at the place where we teleport. I'll take care of it, Li Lingtian said calmly. After that, he flew into the distance. Long Da and the other 3 quickly followed behind him. They had their divine perception spread out to cover a 200-mile radius. They would defend Li Lingtian at the first sign of danger. The 5 of them flew for a full hour and came across 3 or 4 small islands, but no one appeared on them. In other words, the place where they were teleported to was relatively remote. In the end, Li Lingtian called Tang Qingyu and the others out after he landed on an uninhabited island. The ones who came out this time were Tang Qingyu, Huangfu Yuyan, Shun Mai Tang Zimeng, and Qingling. The 5 of them had relatively good cultivation and had encountered many things, so they naturally went on their first experimental learning. More importantly, they were both Li Lingtian's women. It was more convenient for them to deal with certain matters. Ling Tian, is this the bottomless abyss? After Tang Qingyu came out, she looked around curiously, but she didn't find anything. She only knew that this place was an island, and the rest of the place was a boundless sea. Yes, this place is the bottomless abyss. However, this place is rather remote. It should be very far from the real bottomless abyss. You can train here now. With a smile on his face, Li Lingtian explained the general situation of the place. Following that, Li Lingtian began to share with them some of his combat experience as well as some of his cunning opponent's tricks. In fact, Li Lingtian had said this countless times in the past. This time, he mentioned it again to remind them not to forget that in a battle between experts, the slightest negligence would cause the battle to dissipate. All of them were extremely intelligent people and could understand it with just a little bit. It was just that they lacked actual combat experience. Let's fly straight ahead now. At least we won't lose our direction. Huangfu Yuyan snuggled up to Li Lingtian and spoke gently. Yes, there are many experts here. We will fly in one direction and I believe that we will not encounter many experts. Therefore, it will be of great help to our training. Shun Maier also spoke, agreeing with Huangfu Yuyang's words. Alright, then we'll fly forward. Anyway, there's no real target in the bottomless abyss. No one knows the situation here. Let's just try our luck. Li Lingtian nodded and led Tang Qingyu and the others to fly quickly. Long Da and the other three widened the distance and began to spread out in a straight line with Li Lingtian and the others flying in the middle. If they encountered experts above the martial emperor realm, they would kill them immediately. If they encountered martial emperors, they would leave them to Tang Qingyu and the others. Coincidentally, after flying for a full day, they did not meet a single warrior. Instead, they encountered many sea beasts and demon beasts, and there was even a mysterious water monster. As long as they were on the same level as Tang Qujinju and the others, Li Lingtian and the rest would not make a move. They would only stand by the side and let Tang Qingyu and the others kill them. Although they were only demonic beasts, killing them like this was also a form of training. However, demonic beasts were much weaker than humans. After all, humans had high intelligence and were more difficult to deal with. The one day was just based on Li Lingtian and the others' senses. However, in the bottomless abyss, there was no day or night. This made them feel uncomfortable. Alright, we'll stay here tonight. Li Lingtian told Long Da before he found a cave and moved in. Fortunately, there were still caves where demon beasts and sea beasts lived on these islands. After countless years, these caves were empty. It was the best place for them to live. Long Da's group of 4 split up into 4 directions and hid in some hidden spots on the island. They would attack in secret if a warrior or demonic beast entered, or Li Lingtian and the others would take action. After all, the training was in all aspects. It was not just about killing opponents, demon beasts, and sea beasts, but also dealing with some natural environments. At night, even if they were resting, they had to familiarize themselves with the environment and adapt to the changes. Tonight, although there's no night in this place, when we rest, we have to pay attention to the environment here. If we encounter demon beast enemies, we have to respond immediately and make the most appropriate response. In the cave, Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone. Although he felt sorry for Tang Qingyu and the others and did not want them to suffer, a trial was a trial. It could improve one's cultivation base and increase their experience in dealing with various situations. Hence, he had to be serious and strict. Letting them go was not to love them, but to harm them. Strictly demanding them was not to harm them, but to care for them. Yes, we know. Tang Qingyu and the rest nodded. They understood Li Lingtian's intention and prepared to sleep. However, they were dressed neatly this time. They had to deal with all kinds of dangers at the first moment, so they could not take off their clothes. Li Lingtian was also lying down with his clothes on. He was meditating and resting in the cave. As long as a warrior had cultivation, he would be able to endure it. Even if he did not rest for 10 days or half a month, he would not feel tired. Meditation was the best way to rest. This way, one could increase one's cultivation and 2, one could deal with some dangers. Although there was no day or night, with their cultivation, they could naturally understand the time of rest and roughly calculate the length of time. 3 hours later, Li Lingtian was meditating with a frown and a smile on his face. Just as he smiled, Huangfu Yuyan was the first to open her eyes, followed by Shun Maier and Tang Qingyu, and finally Tang Ziming and Qingling. This was because they could sense that there were experts on the island. Moreover, to them, they could be considered super experts. An 8th-level martial emperor landed on the island. After looking around, he flew toward the cave. Powerhouses who lived in the wilderness naturally knew where to stay. The direction they came from was exactly where Li Lingtian and the others lived. Someone is coming. An 8th-level martial emperor. Huang Fu Yuyan's exquisite little face had a smile on it. Although her cultivation was not the highest among the girls, she had the most experience. Otherwise, she would not have sealed her martial saint cultivation and come out to train. His current cultivation was only at the 6th level of the martial emperor realm, but he was very powerful and experienced. Together with his sisters, he did not take the 8th level of the martial emperor realm to heart. However, Tang Ziming and Qing Ling felt a little nervous. This was because they had never fought with any experts before. This was also their first time, so they were naturally a little nervous. Shun Mai Tang Qingyu, and Huang Fu Yuyan had fought before, but not many times. Meng Meng and Qing Ling, join hands. The three of us will hold the fort. Tang Qingyu said to Tang Ziming and Qing Ling. For such masters, even if they were all training, they still had to make their own arrangements. Yes. Tang Ziming and Qing Ling nodded and could not help but look at Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian was meditating and cultivating. His eyes were closed and he was completely ignoring them. Soon, the two of them understood that Li Lingtian would not care about them as they were training. No matter what they did, they had to figure out a way to do it themselves. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The five of them left the cave and went outside. Li Lingtian had also left the cave the moment they left. He went to a hidden spot and hid himself. With his martial emperor cultivation, his control of space, the thunderclap wings, and the space banner, even martial emperors and martial saints might not be able to notice his movements, let alone martial emperors. After hiding, he saw the experts who had come. They were at the peak of the 8th level of the martial emperor realm. Their cultivation was considered powerful. The silver armor on the martial monarch realm expert made him look like a general on the battlefield. The aura of a martial monarch realm expert was emitted from his entire body, and the space was shaking. At this moment, the martial monarch expert's eyes were filled with a greedy smile because 5 peerless beauties had appeared in front of him. Moreover, the few beauties were only at the 5th or 6th level of the martial emperor realm. Only one of them was at the peak of the 7th level. In the eyes of experts, no matter how high a woman's cultivation was, she was not much of a threat. This was because most of these women's cultivation techniques were very poor and not very powerful. Their main purpose was to maintain their beauty and increase their lifespan. Hee 5 fairies, this one greets you. There is no one on this island. Why don't the 5 fairies follow me? The martial monarch chuckled. His gaze swept across Huang Fu Yuyan's proud chest. Then, he slowly shifted his gaze to the other girls. His eyes were filled with happiness and greed. Die. Tang Ziming was originally nervous, but now she felt humiliated. She could not hold it in anymore. She circulated the vital essence in her body and attacked the martial royal realm expert in a flash. With her mystic spirit body, her cultivation was extremely profound. She waved the Lingqing sword in her hand, and the pressure of the saint weapon carried a sword light as it charged towards the martial royal realm expert. At the same time, Qing Ling also waved her ice saint weapon. A wave of icy qi almost froze the space. Li Lingtian shook his head as he watched the two ladies' attacks. This was the first time the girls had fought and they were still inexperienced. At the very least, they were angered by their opponents. After getting angry, it was inevitable that he would lose his cool. He could only use 60 to 70% of his strength. However, the two women were both smart people. They knew that they had lost the initiative in their anger, but they still took advantage of the saint weapons in their hands and blasted out destructive attacks. Not bad. They're all saint weapons. Hehe, enrich this time. When the martial monarch expert saw the two girls getting angry and attacking without any pattern, he was extremely excited. He knew that the 5 girls were all newbies, so there was no pressure to deal with them at all. After saying that, his figure flashed and he attacked the two women. His powerful attack directly responded to the two attacks. His speed and accuracy were completely incomparable to Tang Ziming and the others. In the blink of an eye, the three attacks collided. Chapter 603, Grow Through Experience, 1. Chapter 603, Grow Through Experience, 1, Oxnovel. C.M.I. Boom. The three attacks collided fiercely, emitting a strong explosion. Tang Ziming and Qing Ling's figures flashed as they retreated 100 meters to Huangfu Yuyan and the others. The martial monarch realm expert's mouth was stained with blood. This attack was completely caused by Tang Ziming and the other two's saint weapons. He did not gain any advantage. In front of a saint weapon, there was not much difference between a rank 6 martial emperor and a rank 8 martial emperor. Meng, Qingling, pay attention to joining hands. Attack and defend in an orderly manner. Huangfu Yuyan reminded her seriously. After she finished speaking, Tang Ziming and her brother's figures flashed and disappeared in a strange manner. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was a burst of explosions in the air. Three figures flashed. Tang Ziming and Qing Ling relied on their powerful and magical movement techniques to quickly flash and attack the martial royal realm expert. Gradually, the two of them grasped a pattern, which was to attack together. The two of them advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. When they attacked, there was a defense around them. As a result, the two of them became more and more familiar with each other, and the pressure of a martial monarch expert increased. Aoki Chikage. Frozen snow region. At this moment, two attacks appeared at the same time. The timing was perfect, and they were launched just when the martial monarch expert's old strength had been exhausted and his new strength had yet to be born. Boom! Phut! With a loud explosion, the martial monarch expert's figure was thrown up and finally fell to the ground fiercely. His vitality disappeared and he could not be any more dead. Wow! Yay, we did it! After the two women killed the martial royal realm expert, they were stunned for a moment and immediately became excited. Their small faces were full of smiles, and they looked extremely cute. This was because they had successfully joined forces and killed a rank 8 martial emperor with their cultivation of rank 5 and rank 6. Not bad. My two babies are talented and have good reactions. Pay attention to your composure in the future. In front of your opponent, you have to accept a lot of goading. At that moment, Li Lingtian appeared out of nowhere from the sky. The girls knew that he was watching from outside when they saw his appearance. She felt warm and safe in her heart. Even if it was an experimental learning, her man was always watching over them, worried that they would be in any danger. At the same time, they were extremely happy because this was the first time they had come into direct contact with a powerhouse and had even killed an 8th-level martial emperor. Husband, how are Meng and the others? Big brother Ling Tian, how is it? Are you satisfied? Young master, it felt very natural for us to join forces just now. In the future, after some more experience, I believe that our teamwork will be even more tacit. A few girls approached Li Lingtian and spoke in a coquettish manner, as if they were children who had done something amazing and wanted to be rewarded. Li Lingtian was not the least bit stingy and would not dampen their confidence. With a smile on his face, he praised them all. However, when he praised them, he still mentioned some flaws and things to take note of. They listened attentively because they understood that although they had won once, they might not win every time. There was no second chance for this failure. Failure meant death, so they were all extremely serious and did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Then, they returned to the cave to rest for a few hours before flying forward. After a day, they encountered several martial monarch powerhouses, as well as Wu Zun and martial emperor. Wu Zun and martial emperor were all killed by Long Da and the others. However, when they killed, they suppressed their cultivation to the same level as their opponents. Then, they slowly demonstrated their moves and battle experience. This way, Tang Qingyu and the others could easily accept it. They would either join forces or kill the martial monarch individually while Li Lingtian and the others held the fort. Wu Zun, martial emperor, Long Da, and the others attacked. Tang Qingyu and the others watched seriously and gained experience from it. They gained a lot of experience that day. Finally, they found a place to rest and returned to the Divine Dragon Ring. Little White and the others came out of the divine dragon ring feeling extremely happy, but at the same time, they were very nervous. Among the girls, Xiaobai had seen a lot and had experienced a great battle, so she was naturally much more relaxed. Qingping and the others felt nervous. But in the end, he knew that he had to face reality and could only stabilize himself. You must remember, no matter what, don't get angry. Don't be provoked by your opponent. Provoking is the best and easiest method for every expert. Therefore, you have to be careful. Once you are angry, you can only use 4-0. This time, Ji Yi and Little White had the highest cultivation base. Qingping, Liu Minute, and Xiao Xiao had similar cultivation base, but Shenyuan Yingying couldn't participate in the experimental learning. However, she was able to watch the other sisters fight. This way, she could also learn a lot of experience. Similarly, Shenyuan Yingying could not blame Li Lingtian. She could only feel shy. After all, if she wanted to achieve a breakthrough, she would have to become a couple with Li Lingtian. How could a girl like her feel embarrassed about this? Following that, Li Lingtian wanted to treat Tang Qingyu and the others the same way. He wanted them to pay attention during their break. Moreover, Li Lingtian had no intention of fighting when he encountered a powerhouse. In this way, the girls knew that they had to rely on themselves to deal with the strong. Under such circumstances, they would all have their instinctive potential to be unleashed. A month had passed. During the month, Tang Qingyu and the others took turns every day, so they had gained a lot of experience. In their hands, each of them had killed a few martial royal realm experts. Now, it seemed that they all carried a trace of powerful aura and aura. This was unique to martial artists. Only martial artists who had truly gone through experience would have this. Li Lingtian was extremely satisfied with their results. Gradually, they learned how to face martial emperors alone, experts of the same level, and even experts of a higher level. After a month of experience, they had all improved tremendously. Li Lingtian was very satisfied with their improvement. Similarly, during this month, they obtained countless treasures and medicinal herbs, as well as the inner cores of some demon beasts and sea beasts. Yes, this island is not small. We have encountered more and more experts during this period of time. I think we have chosen the right direction. Huangfu Yuyan and the others stood beside Li Lingtian as they sized up the island before them. This island was not small. There were mountains on it, and the environment was very good. It was suitable for resting. During this period of time, they had been training and killing demon beasts and sea beasts. They had obtained a lot of resources and gained experience. Naturally, they were in a good mood. Yeah, a month has passed. Well, rest here for a few days and then make plans. Li Lingtian nodded as he replied calmly with a smile on his face. After that, the group walked toward the mountain peak. This time, Tang Qingyu and the other 11 girls all came out. They were all extremely happy. Even if they were to face a martial emperor who was 1 or 2 levels higher than them, they could still kill the other party alone and have the capital to protect themselves. Long Da and the other 3 naturally began to search and assess the safety of this island. Oh, that's great. Let's rest well for a few days. During this period of time, my killing intent is getting stronger and stronger. I have to restrain myself. Tang Ziming said in a sweet voice. Her face was filled with excitement. Although she had to train, she understood that her biggest responsibility was to take care of Li Lingtian and be a good wife to him. After that, the group settled down on the mountain peak and found a few good caves. Li Lingtian cast a few restrictions on the top. Since he was resting, he had to take a good rest. The group of girls had been extremely tired during this period of training, but they were also a little excited. Now that they had calmed down, fatigue surged up and they quickly fell asleep. Li Lingtian had also calculated that although he had discovered countless precious medicinal herbs and obtained countless materials and inner cores from demonic beasts and sea beasts in the bottomless abyss, he had not obtained any true treasures. He knew that this bottomless abyss was definitely not so simple, so he had been looking for the location of that treasure. Otherwise, this bottomless abyss would be unworthy of its reputation. After thinking for a long time, he had already decided in his heart. After these few days passed, he would quickly advance and compete with those super experts. After all, many martial monarchs and martial supremes had been killed during this period of time. However, not many martial emperors had been killed. In fact, there was not even a trace of a martial saint. This was definitely not normal. This meant that those martial saints knew some secret and knew the location of the treasure. Therefore, they rushed in that direction without wasting any time. As for them, they had been training in the early stages and had already wasted time. Therefore, they had to speed up and kill some martial saints to avoid trouble. Chapter 604, Battle of the Martial Saints. Chapter 604, Battle of the Martial Saints, Oxnovel. Boom. A few days later, Li Lingtian and the others left the cave and headed into the distance. Along the way, they killed countless experts, but they did not encounter any martial arts saint super experts. On this day, the group of people came to a huge island and stopped. This island had a radius of 10,000 miles. Even with Li Lingtian's divine consciousness, he could not monitor it. As soon as they arrived on the island, they heard a deafening explosion. Li Lingtian did not need to think to know that Tang Qingyu and the others knew that the explosion was a battle between powerhouses. Moreover, it was a battle between martial saints. More than a month had passed, and they had not seen any martial saints. To actually have a battle in this place, it was indeed not simple. What a coincidence. Li Lingtian had Tang Qingyu and the others restrain their qi as he extended his divine consciousness into the distance. Immediately, he saw the battle in his divine sense. When he saw the battle between the martial saints, his expression changed several times. It was the middle-aged man in red who came in the other day. He was at the peak of the third sky of the martial saint realm. The other two were also at the second sky of the martial saint realm. Although the difference between the third heaven and the second heaven was too great, it was not easy for two second heaven martial saints to kill a third heaven when they joined forces. Even if there was a difference of 1 or 2 realms between martial saints, it was basically impossible to kill the other party unless they had heaven-defying scraps and divine powers, or they joined forces. This was because even if a martial saint expert could not defeat him, he could still use teleportation to escape. A movement technique like teleportation was an innate divine ability of a super expert. Every time he teleported, he would travel dozens of miles, and it would be very difficult to track him. The battle between the 3 martial saints had not lasted for a short while. It seemed like they were fighting for some treasure. Otherwise, the martial saints would not have risked their lives like this. Not far away from the 3 martial saints, there were hundreds of martial emperor powerhouses. There were even martial venerables and martial emperors. How could Li Lingtian not be surprised by this situation? Something that even a martial emperor, a martial venerable, and a martial emperor would take a risk on must not be simple. One had to know that when martial saints fought for treasures, powerhouses below martial supreme would usually run far away to avoid being caught in the fish pond. Fighting with martial saints for treasures was undoubtedly snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Now that these martial artists dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, it must be a treasure worth their lives. Ling Tian, what's the situation up ahead? Tang Qingyu asked curiously when she saw the change in Li Lingtian's expression. The other girls looked at Li Lingtian with the same curious expression. Long Da and the other 3 could only remain numb to the situation. Although their cultivation was much higher than Li Lingtian's, their divine perception was inferior to Li Lingtian's. Naturally, they were unable to detect the situation ahead. 3 martial saints are fighting, and there are hundreds of ants. Li Lingtian said calmly as he began to calculate in his heart. This was because in a battle between martial saints, no matter who obtained the treasure, they would be injured. They did not dare to move forward rashly, lest they become orioles. He definitely did not like being an oriole. He wanted to be the strongest hunter. 3 martial saints. Even if we attack, it will be difficult to kill them. It will be even more troublesome if we are desperate. Although the other low-level martial artists can't threaten us, it's not good to make a mistake at the critical moment. Huangfu Yuyan spoke in a serious tone. She knew what Li Lingtian was thinking, so she reminded him in time to prevent him from having trouble reminding him once his thoughts were formed. Ming Luo, keep an eye on them. Don't alert them. Just follow them. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Finally, he spoke to Marshal Saint Ming Luo behind him. Marshal Saint Ming Luo's cultivation level was slightly lower than Heavenly Demon King's, but he was the best in terms of wisdom and experience. In a real battle, even the Heavenly Demon King might not be Marshal Saint Ming Luo's match. This was a strategy and calculation. He was most at ease with Marshal Saint Ming Luo because he was a smart person. As for Marshal Saint Yunhao, his cultivation level was not comparable to the Heavenly Monster King or Marshal Saint Ming Luo. He was definitely not as suitable as Marshal Saint Ming Luo if he went out alone. This subordinate understands. Marshal Saint Ming Luo nodded and disappeared. Her cultivation was hidden to the Martial Emperor realm. Li Lingtian did not make a move now because he was worried that there would be a powerhouse hiding somewhere. As long as he followed them quietly, it would be the best way to catch the big fish. Even if they had a super treasure, if they joined forces to launch a sneak attack, there would definitely not be many people who could survive. As for those martial emperors, and martial supremacies, he could kill them all with a single almighty superpower. With his current cultivation, the myriad returning swords could destroy all the martial emperors. After Marshal Saint Ming Luo left, Li Lingtian and the others found a more secluded place to hide. This way, he wouldn't attract any attention within the range of all the experts' divine senses. Old ghost Shen Yin, don't be so ruthless. Even if you're at the third heaven, it's impossible for you to kill the two of us. Besides, we discovered this treasure first. It has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to be such an evil person? If you let go immediately, we can pretend that nothing happened. Dongguo Tian said loudly. The attacks in his hands continuously bombarded the middle-aged man in red. So this middle-aged man in red was called Dazzling Sound. His other companion was also his blood brother, Dongguo Yun. The two of them had the same cultivation base, and their minds were connected. During the battle, they knew what the other was thinking. When the two brothers joined forces, even Shen Yin, who was at the third sky of the martial saint realm, could not defeat them. The two of them had also seen the other martial emperor powerhouses obtain the treasure and snatched it away. They did not expect Dazzling Sound to be the Oriole. The three of them fought endlessly. Some martial emperors were also watching from the side and were furious. Haha, Sir Dongguo, I don't have the intention to kill you all. However, I still have a few ways to defeat you. Hand over the Tianju Kailin. You're not suitable to have it. Dazzling Sound laughed, but his face was cold and his eyes were filled with excitement. He did not expect to find an ancient treasure, the Tianju Kailin, in the bottomless abyss. Although the Tianju Kailin was a treasure for girls, it was a divine artifact. Even in the Black Continent, there were only a few divine artifacts. Only the kingdoms had low-grade divine artifacts. As long as he had a divine artifact, he would be able to dominate the world and increase his strength by a large margin. In front of an expert of the same level, using a divine artifact would definitely kill the opponent. It wasn't easy for him to see the heavenly capital Kaling, so he naturally wouldn't give up just like that. There's no use for you to take it. Besides, this Tianju Kaling was discovered by us brothers. Dongguo Yun had a natural expression on his face. He had completely forgotten that they had also snatched it from the hands of other martial sovereigns. Boom. As the three of them spoke, they did not have the slightest intention of stopping. On the contrary, their attacks became even more intense. For a moment, countless experts kept dodging to avoid being caught in the fish pond. In that case, I won't show mercy. Limitless Dark Mysterious Seal, King of Hell kowtow 3 times. Dazzling Sound knew that the other party wouldn't hand over Tianju Kaling so easily, so he didn't continue to pester them because he knew that there were other experts in this place. If this continued, his Prime Val essence would be exhausted. Not only would he not be able to obtain Tianju Kaling, but he might even be killed. After saying that, he circulated the true essence in his entire body to the extreme. Suddenly, a stream of profound yin qi soared into the sky. All the experts were shocked. They didn't expect that this Shen Yin was actually a meditation cultivator. In the past, he had always hidden his cultivation attributes. Now that he had unleashed such a shocking attack, he was constantly dodging. However, in front of Shen Yin, who was at the peak of the third sky of the martial saint realm, he could not resist at all. Since Dazzling Sound had used such an attack and exposed his identity, he naturally wouldn't let anyone leave this place. Instantly, the profound yin qi in the sky swept across. The Dongguo brothers never expected that Dazzling Sound was a meditation cultivator, nor did they expect the profound yin qi to be so terrifying. For a moment, they were all extremely shocked and their expressions were solemn. While the two of them were still in shock, Dazzling Sound had already used the attack of the Elysium race's mighty figure. He had also used 2 destructive attacks at the same time. He wanted to kill the 2 brothers in one go. There was a palm print with destructive profound yin qi and 3 huge Yama clones. The 4 destructive energies blasted towards the Dongguo brothers. The destructive energies tore the sky apart, and their auras were domineering and ruthless. Countless experts felt the aura of death. The Underworld King's 3 kowtow was the most mysterious attack of the Underworld. Without this attack, the world would have turned into hell. It brought a negative emotion to the martial artists. Now, all the martial artists did not have the slightest sense of resistance. Water and wood grow together, the world is spinning. When Dongguo Yun and Dongguo Tian saw the destructive attack, they were terrified. They also understood that Shen Yin hadn't used his full strength at the beginning. They also understood that the third sky of the martial saint realm wasn't something that the second sky could compare to. The two of them looked at each other and unleashed their respective attributes to the extreme. Suddenly, a gloomy aura appeared between heaven and earth, and the two of them disappeared. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, Dazzling Sound's 4 destructive attacks smashed down ruthlessly, bombarding the Dongguo brothers without any suspense. The 2 brothers were beaten up and disappeared from the island. However, when Dazzling Sound's attack landed on the Dongguo brothers, his expression changed drastically. This was because a destructive power that carried the aura of death had arrived above his head. It was already too late for him to dodge. Phut! The destructive attack hit his head, and he felt like he was struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. In an instant, countless martial monarchs and martial honors were killed, and there were not many martial emperor powerhouses left. Even a martial saint expert would not be able to resist the 3 kowtows of Hades, let alone an expert below a martial supreme. The island was temporarily quiet. There were only a dozen or so of the hundreds of martial artists. These martial emperors were all existences at the 8th or 9th heaven. There was also Dazzling Sound on the ground and the expert who attacked Dazzling Sound in the air. Everyone looked curiously at the expert in the sky. They wondered who had attacked Dazzling Sound at the most critical moment. However, when they saw the experts in the sky, they were all shocked. Chapter 605, Profound Sky Arrow, 1. Chapter 605, Profound Sky Arrow, 1, Oxnovel. The expert that appeared in the air was none other than Dongguo Yun, one of the Dongguo brothers who had been attacked. All the experts were shocked. The Dongguo brothers were clearly being attacked, but they did not expect that they would actually appear on Dazzling Sound. They did not know how Dongguo Yun did it. Even if he had a clone technique, it was impossible for him to be so fast. At this moment, Dongguo Yun's face revealed a pained expression. His eyes were cold as he looked at Shen Yin, who was on the ground, because his brother of hundreds of years had fallen. The 2 brothers joined hands and executed the heaven and earth rotation, transferring all their cultivation to Dongguo Yun. When the 2 of them cultivated this move, they knew that once the 2 of them used it, one of them would die. In that situation just now, Dongguo Tian had helped his younger brother and transferred his cultivation to Dongguo Yun. The power of the world spinning was shocking, completely beyond the imagination of the experts. No one had expected the world to spin so mysteriously. It actually fused the cultivation of 2 people at the same time and severely injured the opponent. Phut! Very good, very good. I didn't expect the 2 of you to cultivate the world spinning. However, I already knew that the two of you were spinning, haha. Below, dazzling sounds originally weak aura stabilized. He slowly stood up and laughed loudly. His eyes were cold and sharp as he looked at Dongwu Yun. This time, even if he understood that the Dongwu brothers were spinning, it was impossible to easily resist. At the most critical moment, he could only protect himself from dying. He had paid a heavy price, which was that his cultivation would drop by 1 realm after half an hour. This realm could not be recovered within 100 years. Hade's clone. When Dongwu Yun saw Dazzle Sound's situation, he cried out in shock. At this moment, he naturally understood what was going on. It turned out that the other party had already planned everything. He had let the two of them use the Heaven and Earth swirl, but the other party had used the Nether King's clone. Now that their brothers had died, the other party was only injured. However, while he was screaming, his figure had already flashed down. A shocking Milky Way light shot towards Shen Yin. His brother had fallen, and his opponent had only been injured. He naturally felt bad that he had died in vain. He also understood the current situation. If he didn't take the opportunity to make a move, he wouldn't have a chance to kill Dazzling Sound. In fact, he wouldn't even have a chance to survive. The world spun and turned against the heavens. It could turn into water and wood and disappear between heaven and earth. However, an attack that was destroyed would only die, just like turning into water and wood. Dongwu Tian's death could not be exchanged for Shen Yin's death. This was the danger of the divine martial continent. There were all kinds of schemes and conspiracies, and all kinds of battles of experience. Dazzling Sound arrow. Dazzling Sound was surprised, but an evil smile appeared on his face as he drew his bow with both hands. Suddenly, a stream of profound yin qi appeared in the air. The profound yin qi formed an arrow, and a phantom bow appeared. The Dazzling Sound arrow shot towards the light of the Milky Way with destructive power. The battle between the two people made all the martial artists stunned. Everything that had just happened had completely exceeded their imaginations. They had never thought that a great battle would have such a scheme. At the moment of life and death between the two of them, a subtle fluctuation appeared in the air. Divine heaven-splitting shield. Heaven-splitting shuttle. A faint voice appeared in the air. A middle-aged man appeared not far from Dongwu Yun, but this person did not attack Dongwu Yun. Dongwu Yun didn't put up any defenses against this middle-aged man. This scene was incomparably strange. The middle-aged man and Dongwu Yun formed a corner formation. A huge shield that gave off a powerful and heavy aura appeared and blocked in front of Dongwu Yun. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a shuttle-shaped treasure with an indestructible force shot towards Dazzling Sound. This change, Dazzling Sound did not expect it, and the other martial artists did not expect it either. He hadn't expected such a change to occur at this time. It was obvious that Dongwu Yun knew about the existence of the person beside him. Everything was within his calculations. Stop. When Dazzling Sound saw the expert who suddenly appeared in the sky, he was instantly shocked to death. If there were a few martial saints together, he would not be afraid at all. However, when they were alone, that person was definitely in existence like the god of death. The appearance of this person in the air meant that the terrifying figure was here. In his current situation, not to mention that terrifying figure, even this Dongwu Yun in front of him was giving him a headache. Coupled with this level 3 expert, he did not have the slightest chance. He hurriedly shouted for him to stop. Is that possible? Killing intent surged in Dongwu Yun's eyes. He understood Dazzling Sound's current situation and showed no mercy. Light poured down like a galaxy. The powerhouse who appeared in the sky was Marshal Saint Ming Luo. He was originally hiding, but he was instructed by Li Lingtian to persuade Dongwu Yun to surrender and help him kill Shen Yin. In this way, he had dealt with 3 powerful martial saints at once and had even gained a powerful martial saint helper. Ming King immovable golden body. Dazzled Sound saw that the other party could not stop at all. His face was ashen, and his expression became ruthless. His entire body was covered in golden light, like a statue of a wise king. Boom! Boom! 2 destructive explosions sounded out as the Dazzling Sound arrow hit the divine heaven-splitting shield, helping Dongwu Yun block the destructive attack. At the same time, The Milky Way light and the sky-splitting shuttle bombarded the Ming Emperor immovable golden body. The world shook violently, and the space was torn apart inch by inch. Shah! What a thick turtle shell! All the experts gasped. Marshal Saint Ming Luo was shocked when she saw that her attack did not break through the opponent's defense. The golden light only trembled violently for a moment before stabilizing. Dazzling Sound smiled. He had finally blocked 2 destructive attacks. As long as he could block the 2 attacks, he would have a chance to escape. Now, he had finally blocked them. However, just as his smile appeared, it turned into fear, and his eyes were filled with despair and ashes. Profound Sky Arrow. A delicate voice rang out. It was like the sound of nature. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual chi between heaven and earth condensed, forming a strange passage. In this passage, an ancient light shadow shot over at a speed that ignored the distance of space. In an instant, it pierced through the void and arrived in front of him. This arrow pierced through the air. It was a stunning arrow. The arrow became eternal, as if it came from beyond the heavens. TSK. When the light shadow arrived, Dazzle Sound's Ming King immovable golden body had already disappeared. A hole had appeared in his chest, and blood kept flowing out. Dazzling Sound's expression was calm, without the slightest hint of shock. He only looked at his chest indifferently. It turned out that the appearance of the light shadow only represented death. The light shadow was just the airflow brought by the profound heavenly arrow after it broke through the air. The passage of spiritual energy instantly formed, allowing the profound heavenly arrow to ignore space and time. No speed or defense could block this arrow. Phut! The mysterious heavenly divine bow was born at the wrong time. Dazzling Sound looked at the arrow floating in the air, and his eyes revealed a look of unwillingness. The Ming King's immovable golden body actually encountered the mysterious heavenly divine bow. This was the wrong time. All of this happened in less than 10 seconds. In the eyes of all the experts, it was as if an entire world had passed. The originally powerful and heaven-defying Dazzling Sound was actually killed in the end. Even when he died, he did not see the expert who killed him. Big brother, how is my mysterious heavenly divine bow? Is it powerful? In the sky, that delicate voice sounded again. As soon as the voice fell, a light shield appeared. Inside the light shield was a group of peerless girls. One of the Pharaoh-like girls was holding an exquisite bow in her hand. She looked up at the young man beside her and asked happily. Then, the light shield landed on the ground. All the girls came out and the light shield disappeared. That's right. Ji Yi was able to control the mysterious heavenly divine bow in such a short period of time. It's indeed not simple. This is your talent as an elf princess. Naturally, Li Lingtian and the others were the ones who came. Li Lingtian looked at Ji Yi and stroked his hair with a loving expression. This subordinate greets young master. Marshal Saint Ming Luo landed before Li Lingtian and bowed respectfully. Finally, she retreated to the back and stood with Long Da and the other 2. All the warriors were shocked when they saw Li Lingtian and the group of girls. They did not expect to encounter a perverted powerhouse like Li Lingtian in this place. They were all terrified. None of them dared to make a sound. They knew that if they did, they might be wiped out by Li Lingtian. At that moment, their fate was in the hands of others. Sir, you helped me kill Dazzling Sound and saved me. I will follow you forever, and I will go through fire and water for you. Dongguo Yun came before Li Lingtian and muttered to himself for a moment before calming himself down. It was indeed a little difficult for an expert like him to bow down to others, but he understood the current situation and the other party's intentions. If not for the other party's help, he would definitely have fallen, and he would not have been able to take revenge for his brother. You don't have to say anything to me. You should follow him. He has the final say in these matters. Li Lingtian said calmly. Without even looking at Dongguo Yun, he walked straight to Dazzling Sound's corpse. He went down and put away a bag of holding. His divine sense entered the bag, and his expression was calm. I don't wish to see you again. Li Lingtian retracted his divine consciousness and looked at the martial emperor powerhouse that was born as he spoke indifferently. Then, he waved his hand, signaling these people to leave. He didn't plan to keep these people, but he didn't want to kill them either. Letting these people go would not affect him. Even if they became enemies in the future, he would not regret it. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Instantly, all the martial artists were incomparably excited, as if they had just received amnesty. They thought that Li Lingtian was going to kill them all, but they never expected him to let them off so easily. After thanking him, his figure flashed and he quickly left, flying towards the sky and sea. Li Lingtian looked up into the void with a faint smile on his face as he watched the powerhouses leave. "Why do you always like to be like this? Aren't you tired?" Li Lingtian said lightly before he looked away from the sky. "I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further." Chapter 606, Magical Island, 1, Haha, I'll be leaving first. The space fluctuated slightly, and a figure streaked across the void like a meteor, flying toward the sky and sea. That grey figure seemed to have merged with the sky. If one did not pay attention, they would not be able to see it. This was also due to Li Lingtian's control of the 5 elements and space. He could easily sense everything in the space. If he wanted to hide in the air, he would be asking for trouble. Dongguo Yun was shocked in his heart. He did not expect that there was still a super expert hiding in the sky. He had also discovered the existence of that person. He was at the peak of the 3rd sky of the martial saint realm, an existence similar to Xian Yin. Unexpectedly, this powerhouse was so afraid in front of Li Lingtian that he did not even dare to show his face. "Let's leave this place first in case other experts come." Li Lingtian looked at Tang Qingyu and the others before he flashed and flew toward the ocean. Originally, this island was a good place to rest. However, after a huge battle here, the spatial fluctuations and movements would definitely attract more experts. The abyss was a boundless sea with countless islands. Only the true center was where the abyss existed. As Li Lingtian and the rest continued flying, they encountered more powerhouses, but they seldom made a move. They flew directly toward the center. During this period of time, Dongguo Yun passed the Qianju ringtone to Li Lingtian. The two of them were not wood elemental to begin with. It was just that they were tempted by a divine artifact. Furthermore, the Qianju ringtones were for girls. He was a man, so he naturally didn't like such treasures. Instead of being sad when she saw the Qianju ringtone, she might as well give it to Li Lingtian. He knew that Li Lingtian did not need such a treasure, but he could give it to the girl beside Li Lingtian. Tang Zimeng had a wood-type martial soul, so it was just right for her to use the Qianju bell. The Qianju bell was a divine artifact. Although it was only a low-grade divine artifact, it was enough to increase her strength by a large margin. On this day, the group of people arrived at a huge island and was immediately shocked. This was because there was such a huge island in the bottomless abyss. It was really shocking. Moreover, this island was completely a continent. It was unknown how big it was, and there were countless residents on it. Swoosh! Li Lingtian and the others landed on the island with a hint of excitement on their faces. It felt good to be on solid ground. Although they had encountered some islands in the past, they always gave people a sense of unease. It was as if half of the island was blown away by the sea breeze at any time. This island could no longer be called an island, but a continent. "I can finally be grounded." After Tang Zimeng landed, she was extremely happy. The other girls were the same. On the other hand, Li Lingtian found it funny. He felt sorry for the girls around him. Even though the training was tough and dangerous, it was normal after all. In the divine martial continent, becoming a warrior was not something one could control. This place is so rich in spiritual energy. Apart from the lack of sunlight and moonlight, the spiritual energy in this place is several times denser than in Nanda County. Tang Qingyu felt the aura of this place, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Ever since he came to the bottomless abyss, he had not felt any spiritual qi. Even when he was on the sea area just now, he had not sensed any spiritual qi at the moment he landed. Only on this island could one feel the spiritual energy. That's right. This spiritual energy can only be felt on the island. Huangfu Yuyan also spoke up. She was extremely amazed by this place. Spiritual energy was like air, but in this place, it was as if there was an invisible restriction controlling the spiritual energy. What a magical formation! Li Lingtian was curious as well. He began to use his divine perception to sense the surroundings. After sensing the surroundings, a surprised expression appeared on his face. The formation in this place is actually an ancient magical formation. I've never heard of it before. There's such a thing. Darling is very familiar with ancient and primordial divine formations, but you can't see through this formation. It seems that this place is really magical. Shun Mai was shocked when she heard Li Lingtian's words. In terms of array Dao and alchemy Dao, no one in this world could compare to L1 Lingtian. Li Lingtian also controlled the divine array diagram and was proficient in the world's great array, ancient divine array, and ancient forbidden array. However, she did not expect that even Li Lingtian could not see through the array formation in this place. How could she not be shocked? There are all kinds of strange things in this world. Even if the divine array diagram is in my hands, it doesn't mean that I can know all the arrays in the world. Furthermore, there are many cultivation techniques, skills, array formations, and pill Dao. Everything that is recorded will forever only be 10. Young Master, the residents here are very familiar with our arrival. In the past, countless experts came here. They all knew about it and didn't care at all. A few days ago, many experts came here. It should be the others, but they didn't stop. Instead, they flew towards the center. Long Da spoke respectfully beside Li Lingtian. After that, he retreated to the side and waited for Li Lingtian's instructions. Ming Luo, it's better for you to go. If there are any changes, come back and tell me. Li Lingtian muttered to himself before he spoke to Marshal Saint Ming Luo. Marshal Saint Ming Luo bowed respectfully after she heard that. Li Lingtian and the others flew forward at a moderate pace. This island should be the center, which is also the center of the bottomless abyss. We have already arrived at the edge of the bottomless abyss. Let's find a place to rest for a while. We'll head there after Marshal Saint Ming Luo comes back from asking around. Li Lingtian whispered to Tang Qingyu and the others as he flew. At the same time, he paid attention to the residents here. Although the spiritual energy here was extremely dense and almost tangible, these residents actually did not have the slightest cultivation. However, what shocked him was that many of these residents had a lifespan of 200 to 300 years. They looked middle-aged. This was the first time he had seen an ordinary person with such a long hespan without cultivating. He had never heard of it before. It seemed that it had something to do with the array formation and spiritual energy here. Otherwise, a human who did not know how to cultivate would die at the age of 100 at most. After flying for a full 2 hours, the group found an inn and alighted. After asking around, he found out that this island was the same as the mainland, except that there was only one city on it. There were tens of millions of residents, so there were naturally inns. Li Lingtian and the others booked the inn and brought Tang Qingyu and the rest to the backyard. Although the residents of this place did not cultivate, spirit stones were very useful to them. They also used spirit stones as currency. Furthermore, there were spirit mines on the island. Naturally, Li Lingtian and the rest's spirit stones were useful. You guys rest first. Take advantage of the opportunity to rest well, in case something happens. Li Lingtian told Tang Qingyu and the others after he entered the courtyard and cast a few restriction spells and array formations. Then, Tang Qingyu and the others returned to their rooms to rest. Li Lingtian was also meditating in his room as his divine consciousness entered the divine dragon ring. Silk. There was a slight fluctuation in the air before a throne with a radius of 2 meters appeared in front of Li Lingtian. This throne was obtained by Dishi family when they entered the ancient battlefield with 5 elements at the peak. At that time, they got a few magical items and took this throne with them. He didn't expect that the throne would tremble in the divine dragon ring after coming to this island. The movement shocked Li Lingtian. The divine dragon ring was an independent space that could isolate any kind of sensing. However, he did not expect the throne to move on its own. He had encountered many things. Others might think it was impossible, but he did not think so. Because he had experienced all sorts of strange things, he naturally believed that the throne was shaking as if it was being attracted by the outside world. If he had not encountered such a thing before, he would naturally not believe after all. These things were difficult to understand. I wonder what you can sense in this bottomless abyss. Li Lingtian looked at the throne before him. When his cultivation base was low, he was almost about to worship the throne under its pressure. However, after his cultivation base increased, he had sealed the throne a few times and the aura of a sovereign was completely sealed away. Chapter 607, Spirit Stone Pillar. He looked around for a long time, but he didn't find anything. However, after the throne appeared, the feeling became even stronger. In the end, Li Lingtian placed it into the divine dragon ring. He was also paying extra attention to the throne in case anything happened to him. However, he knew the direction to this place even without asking around. After all, the deeper they went, the denser the spiritual energy was. As long as they followed the direction of the dense spiritual energy, it would be fine. 6 days later, Marshal Saint Ming Luo had returned with serious injuries. Li Lingshan's face was filled with killing intent when he saw this. Anyone who dared to provoke him would be courting death. What happened? Li Lingtian asked coldly. His expression did not change at all, but Long Da and the others could feel Li Lingshan's murderous intent and were extremely touched. With such a master angry for them, even if they died, it was worth it. I went to the outside of the bottomless abyss, but I was injured by Tang Haolong and Yang Yunzong. Fortunately, a destructive killing intent appeared at that time and attacked us. I took the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, I would have been killed by Yang Yunzong and Tang Haolong. Marshal Saint Ming Luo recounted the events of that day. The murderous intent in Li Lingshan's eyes grew stronger before it finally disappeared. However, it wasn't that his killing intent had disappeared. It was that his killing intent had reached its peak. Only by destroying the other party could he vent the hatred in his heart. Go back to the divine dragon ring to heal your wounds. Li Lingtian replied calmly before he put Marshal Saint Ming Luo into the divine dragon ring and sat on the chair in deep thought. 2/3 heaven martial saints were a problem. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to kill them. The powerhouses who entered the bottomless abyss this time naturally did not include those below the martial supreme realm. There were 13 martial saint powerhouses alone, and one of them was killed outside. Some time ago, Dongwu Tian and Dazzling Sound had fallen during the fight for the Tianju ring tone. Dongwu Yun had been subdued. In other words, there were still 9 martial saint powerhouses here. Fortunately, among the 9 martial saint powerhouses, there were only 3 super powerhouses. These 3 were the ones Li Lingtian feared the most. He was also most worried about them joining forces. The most worrying thing had happened. Yang Yunzong and Tang Haolong had joined forces to deal with Marshal Saint Ming Luo. Their combined forces could wipe out anyone. Now, he had to separate the 3 of them and defeat them one by one. Li Lingtian stood up after a long moment of thought. He then instructed Long Da and the others to head to the bottomless abyss immediately. Since Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were injured, and Marshal Saint Ming Luo had returned, Tang Haolong and Yang Yunzong should be heavily injured as well. At this time, if they met them, they could kill them. Swoosh, swoosh. In the sky, the group of people flew quickly toward the place with the densest spiritual energy. A few days ago, he had asked around. The center of the island was the bottomless abyss. The spiritual chi in that place was soaring, and one could feel the existence of spiritual chi from afar. When the time comes, there might be a fierce battle. You guys enter the divine dragon ring first. Li Lingtian said to the girls beside him as they flew. Even if Tang Qingyu and the others had experienced the battle of the martial saints, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. They would still be crushed to death on the verge of the battle, let alone participating in the battle. He didn't want to have any worries during the battle. Otherwise, He would lose before the battle even started. All right. Tang Qingyu nodded obediently. She understood what Li Lingtian meant. They wanted to help Li Lingtian, but they did not want to be his burden. Hence, they had no choice but to return to the divine dragon ring. However, there were still 1 or 2 days before the bottomless abyss could be felt. During this time, he could also enjoy the scenery of this place. Do you plan to take away the spiritual energy in this place? Huangfu Yuyan looked at Li Ling with a smile. No, there are too many residents in this place. They rely on spiritual energy to survive. If I take away the spiritual energy, I will be harming the common people. Li Lingtian did not hesitate at all. In the past, he could store some rich spirit qi into the divine dragon ring. The rich spiritual energy in many places had been taken away, so the spiritual energy in the divine dragon ring was very rich now. However, that was in the past. Although there were experts cultivating in those places, they did not rely on spiritual energy to survive. Instead, the spiritual energy in this place had become the air for the residents. Naturally, he would not do so. The girls were elated after hearing Li Lingshan's words. Even if an expert would resort to all means, he still had to be humane and care about the common people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be an expert, but a demon. Boom! In the sky, there was a shocking explosion. Li Lingtian and the others had already arrived at the center. They were shocked when they saw the astonishing spirit qi pillar 10,000 miles away. 10,000 miles away, countless pillars of spiritual energy shot into the 9 heavens. It was unknown whether these pillars of spiritual energy poured down from the 9 heavens or whether they rose up from below. There were tens of thousands of spiritual energy pillars, and each spiritual energy pillar had a radius of 2 meters. The spiritual energy had already formed a physical form. The physical pillar kept spinning like a hurricane. The momentum shocked Li Lingtian and the others. Everything he had seen in the past was too easy to deal with. The current momentum was truly heaven-defying. Even from 10,000 miles away, one could feel this shocking spiritual qi pressure. This pressure was emitted by spiritual qi. Spirit pressure could only appear in the upper realm, but it actually appeared in this place. Hurry up and enter the divine dragon ring. Li Lingtian could feel the overwhelming spirit pressure. He quickly shouted at Tang Qingyu and the others with a grave expression on his face. It was the same even from thousands of miles away. If they were in the bottomless abyss, who would be able to withstand the spiritual pressure? He was a martial emperor, so he could not guarantee that he could withstand the spiritual pressure. Naturally, Tang Qingyu and the other martial emperors were not confident at all. All right, be careful. Tang Qingyu and the others nodded and obediently agreed. However, they did not forget to remind him at the end. Li Lingtian did not hesitate any longer. He activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness, and Tang Qingyu and the rest disappeared into the divine dragon ring once again. After doing everything, he looked at Long Da and the other two. His figure flashed and he quickly flew towards the center of the spiritual pressure. In the blink of an eye, the 4 figures disappeared. A distance of 10,000 miles was only a matter of time for a martial emperor or martial saint. This was because a martial emperor would have more control over the world. Spatial bending was a very simple thing. Moreover, martial emperors and martial saints were extremely fast. It only took a few minutes for them to cover a distance of 10,000 miles. What a terrifying spiritual pressure. It's actually all spiritual energy pillars. What dense spiritual energy! Li Lingshan's group of 4 finally arrived at the edge of the bottomless abyss. They were extremely shocked when they saw the spirit qi pillar with a radius of 100 miles. Each spiritual pillar was 100 meters wide, and there were more than 1,000 of them. The spiritual energy pillars seemed to be scattered, but they contained a magical array. Even Li Lingtian could not recognize the name of the formation at once. Spiritual qi was definitely an indispensable source of cultivation for powerhouses. However, even a martial emperor powerhouse could not cultivate in such a place when faced with such a shocking spiritual qi pillar. The terrifying spiritual energy could directly destroy a martial artist. Water could carry a boat, but it could also capsize it. Be careful, this place is not simple. Li Lingtian looked at the world of the spirit chi pillar and the sky before he spoke in an indifferent tone. Moreover, he also saw all the other experts at the edge of the spiritual energy pillar, ready to enter at any time. These experts seemed to be waiting for something and did not enter directly. No one noticed the arrival of Li Lingtian's group of 4. Instead, they focused all their attention on the spirit chi world as if there was a treasure inside. 62 martial emperors and 9 martial saints are all here. Li Lingtian thought to himself. Among these powerhouses, the martial supreme was at the 8th or 9th heaven while the rest were also martial saints. Tang Haolong and Yang Yunzong were also among these experts. However, they did not pay attention to Li Lingtian and the others at this time. This way, Li Lingtian and the others would not attract attention. Boom! Boom! With a shocking explosion, 7 consecutive explosions followed. In the world of spiritual energy, all the spiritual energy pillars did not stop at all. Instead, they rotated rapidly. The spiritual energy pillar spun like a whirlwind. At this moment, huge stone pillars appeared on the ground. This stone pillar was either gold, green, or blue. Moreover, these pillars ignored the terrifying spiritual pressure. When they saw these pillars, everyone was stunned because these stone pillars were all spirit stones, whole spirit stones. Moreover, the quality was extremely good, top-grade spirit stones. 7 top-grade spirit stone pillars. What kind of concept was this? A single top-grade spirit stone was a heavenly treasure. For example, each top-grade spirit stone pillar could be divided into 10 million pieces. In other words, this spirit stone pillar had at least 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the entire pillar was tens of thousands of times more precious than 10 million top-grade spirit stones. 7 such spiritual energy pillars were simply heaven-defying. More importantly, there was a fist-sized translucent bead on each of the 7 pillars. This bead had the same color as the spirit stone pillar. Divine crystals. Li Lingtian nearly cried out in surprise. This pearl was a divine crystal. Only the legendary mighty true gods could refine spiritual stones into divine crystals. 1 divine crystal was equivalent to a world's spiritual chi. He didn't expect that not only would there be divine crystals, but there were also 7 divine crystals. Each divine crystal had an attribute. Divine crystals were refined by ancient mighty figures. Even ancient mighty figures might not be able to refine them. How could Li Lingtian not be shocked by such an existence? He was not the only one who was shocked. The other powerhouses were also stunned. Chapter 608, Chapter 607, The demonic creature of yin corrosion. After the spirit stone pillar appeared, the 7 divine crystals emitted a mysterious light. All of a sudden, all the lights connected together to form a massive array. A colorful world appeared before Li Lingtian and the others. The spiritual energy pillar was still spinning, and it was spinning even faster. Swoosh! At this moment, a black hole appeared in the colorful world. The black light from the black hole soared into the sky. The light shot up into the sky with shocking might. Demonic chi? No, it's not just demonic chi. Li Lingtian's heart trembled when he saw the shocking black radiance. He was shocked by the black radiance. For a moment, he could not determine what this black light was. It looked like demonic chi, but it was not demonic chi. The shocking power suppressed the entire area within a radius of 10,000 miles. Everyone was incomparably shocked, but this black light erupted. Although he did not know what this black light was, humans were naturally uncomfortable with black things. Fortunately, the countless spiritual energy pillars suppressed the black light. The 2 extremely magical auras collided with each other, but the black light could not be surrounded by the spiritual energy pillars. To put it bluntly, it was these spiritual energy pillars that suppressed the black light. These spiritual energy pillars and the shocking divine crystals all existed for this black light. Swoosh! After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian and the others watched the black radiance and the astonishing spirit chi battle before their eyes. Finally, there was a slight sound, and the black light returned to the black hole. Let's go. Li Lingtian looked at the 7 divine crystals with envy in his eyes. However, his expression soon returned to normal. He didn't dare to touch the divine crystals easily. If he attracted some powerful and heaven-defying demonic creature, he would be finished. He could understand this and control his mood. As his gaze fell, he shouted at Long Da and the other 2. The 3 of them immediately disappeared and quickly flew into the black hole. Naturally, the trio would not allow Li Lingtian to take the risk. Hence, they were the first to enter the black hole. At the same time, Li Lingtian flew into the black hole. Seeing Li Lingtian and the others enter the black hole, the rest of the warriors reacted and quickly flew into the black hole. In the blink of an eye, dozens of experts disappeared. In the world, the spiritual energy pillars were still spinning. The 7 top-grade spirit stone pillars and the divine crystals were all spinning continuously, forming a mysterious and powerful array. Swoosh! After Li Lingtian entered the black hole, it was as if he had entered a whirlpool in the sea. He quickly fell down along the whirlpool. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian finally landed on solid ground. His eyes were open, but he couldn't see anything. It was as if he was born in darkness. Even the divine sense of an expert was relatively suppressed. His current divine sense could only extend to 10 meters outside. At this moment, he was completely blind. He couldn't even see 10 meters away, and his divine sense could only find a little bit of things. At the same time, he also discovered a few other auras, the aura of a martial saint and the aura of a martial emperor. In this place, they did not dare to make a move because they were afraid of being surrounded by other experts. Even a few martial saints did not dare to kill a martial emperor easily. After all, in such a place, one had to maintain their true energy and mental strength at their peak state first. They could not consume any of it. Young master. Soon, Long Da and the other 2 arrived at Li Lingtian's side. The 3 of them had been with Li Lingtian for a long time, so they were familiar with their auras. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had planted a Dao array on them, allowing them to easily sense each other's presence from 1,000 miles away. In this way, they would be able to know where the other party was. At this time, this Dao array was useful. This place is pitch black. Let's follow the passage and find a place with light. Li Lingtian said softly as the 4 of them walked forward along the passageway. They didn't know where they were, but they could feel that this was a wide passageway. Moreover, there was a mysterious array formation where they came down from. It was already impossible to go up. The only way now was to find the light. Only by figuring out this place could they take the next step. If it didn't work, they would think of a way to leave this place. At the same time, there were countless powerhouses walking around in other places. They were using the same method as Li Lingtian to seek out the light. Ah! At some point in time, screams sounded. It was the sound of a martial emperor dying, and it was very painful. In this place, in this scene, hearing such a miserable cry, all the experts felt their hair stand on end. Li Lingtian's group of 4 stopped and extended their divine perception to look at the source of the screams. As their divine perception swept past, a few corpses fell to the ground. In the pitch-black space, strange objects were twisting. These strange objects were the existences that caused the martial emperor powerhouses to die instantly. Yin corrosion demon. Li Lingtian cried out in surprise. He could not hold it in any longer. Looking at this object, his mind spun rapidly. He quickly thought of the Yin corrosion devil. This was the most terrifying thing in the divine martial continent. This kind of Yin corrosion devil did not belong to this world at all. Instead, it was left behind after the ancient war. It was extremely terrifying. It could ignore any attack and defile any treasure of humans and demons. Humans and demons would die if they touched it. Not to mention a martial supreme, even a martial saint or martial god would lose a layer of skin if they accidentally touched such a thing. What? Do you know the origin of this thing? Is it really a demon? Are you sure? The few martial saint powerhouses were shocked when they heard Li Lingtian's words. Although their expressions could not be seen clearly, one could imagine the shock of the few martial saints from their voices. Naturally, Some powerhouses knew of the existence of the yin corrosion devil, but they had never seen it before. Naturally, they were shocked when Li Lingtian mentioned the yin corrosion devil. That's right, this is the yin corrosion devil. I've seen it in ancient books, so one can't be wrong. Li Lingtian nodded. At this moment, they did not fight immediately. In such an unknown place, the first reaction of humans was to unite against the outside world. This was how humans and demons dealt with demons. During the war between humans and demons, no matter what grudges there were between humans, they would put them aside temporarily. This was the instinct of humans. Not good. At this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. It was unknown which martial saint powerhouse it came from. Although this place was not big, the few martial saints maintained a certain distance to avoid being killed by the other party. If they were not familiar with each other, they would not be able to recognize the other party. They were all too familiar with Li Lingtian's voice because he had robbed them before. What's wrong? What happened? What happened? Instantly, everyone asked. They were extremely anxious and did not dare to make the slightest movement. Although the yin corrosion demon was terrifying, as long as you didn't move, it wouldn't move. It was like a solid. However, if you touched it, you would be finished. In other words, this yin corrosion demon was an item that did not have its own consciousness. A few martial monarch realm experts had just died. They were all unlucky and did not notice that they had encountered the yin corrosion demon. However, when they heard someone say that it was not good, everyone became concerned. In such a place, they did not dare to be full of confidence, let alone be the slightest bit careless. The existence of the yin corrosion devil is not simple. If this yin corrosion devil is away from its master for a long time, it will become a dead object, which is death. Moreover, the yin sha demon is a treasure of the ancient mighty figure, Great Venerable Yin Sha. Only Great Venerable Yin Sha can nurture such a demon. This hidden powerhouse told him the origin of the yin corrosion demon, although he did not say anything directly. However, all the experts understood that the yin sha demonic creature existed and was still alive. In other words, Great Venerable Yin Sha was here. This was the only way to keep the demon alive. How could they not be shocked by this news? Great Venerable Yin Sha was an ancient mighty figure. Even if he was not famous, it was enough to shock people that he had lived until now. Moreover, this Great Venerable Yin Sha could be a terrifying figure. Even the ancient controller was almost killed by Great Venerable Yin Sha. Not many people knew about the ancient war. Those who knew had basically disappeared. However, a few famous figures had always been in the hearts of humans, like legends that could never be erased. This Great Venerable Yin Sha was one of them, but he was a figure that all humans in the world feared. For a moment, the entire passageway was filled with panic and silence. The aura was so oppressive that it almost made people collapse. The appearance of the Yin Sha demon meant that Great Venerable Yin Sha might be here. Although almighty experts were not immortal, there was nothing that could truly kill them. They could only be used to suppress them. This was because the strength of an almighty expert had already reached the level where their soul could not be destroyed. As long as their divine spark did not die, their lives would exist forever. The life of an almighty expert had already exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. It could not be measured by life. This Great Venerable Yin Sha was most likely here. Since there was such a terrifying figure here, everyone was naturally in a dilemma. Retreat. It was unknown who said this, but all the experts immediately collapsed and quickly retreated. Fut. Fut. Ah, ah, ah. Suddenly, a series of strange sounds rang out. The retreating experts instantly died. Some did not even have time to scream. In an instant, more than a dozen super experts had died inexplicably. Li Lingtian was horrified as well. This time, he had a clear look at what had killed these super powerhouses. It was a strange aura that carried supreme majesty. How terrifying was it to be able to instantly kill so many super experts with his dignity and aura? Chapter 609, Great Venerable Yin Sha, since you're here, stay here for me. While all the experts were still in shock, an ethereal voice rang out. The voice carried a strong penetrating power that pierced through everyone's hearts. In front of this voice, the experts in the passage seemed to be facing an oracle. It would be fine if it was an oracle, but in a place like this, it was obviously not an oracle but the voice of a demon. What should we do? Every martial artist asked themselves in their hearts. No one could remain calm in the face of a terrifying demon. Even a martial saint powerhouse was incomparably afraid. Although Li Lingtian was extremely fearful, he was not afraid at all. Since he was here, there was no use in being afraid. Only by facing it calmly could he overcome the difficulties. He circulated his ice soul martial spirit and suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He calmed down and started to think quickly. Let's go. His voice broke the silence in the darkness as all the warriors looked in Li Lingtian's direction. Although he couldn't see anything, he subconsciously looked at the source of the sound. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's voice, they were shocked and terrified. Leave. Wasn't this courting death? So many of them had just been silently killed. Who would still have the guts to leave? Where are we going? All the powerhouses asked in unison. They were unsure if Li Lingtian was referring to advancing or retreating when he said go. Demons who advanced would die if they retreated. Of course we're going in. Do you have any other way now? Li Lingtian replied indifferently with an icy tone. At the same time, a stream of icy QJ shot towards Long Da and the other two. Instantly, the chill intensified, and the three of them trembled for a moment, but their frightened hearts also calmed down. He understood that even if he did not use the frosty chi, if he were to advance, Long Da and the other two would follow him without hesitation. Ta, ta, ta. Beep, beep, beep. In the passage, there were sounds of footsteps and dripping water. Other than the sound of footsteps and dripping water, there was the sound of experts breathing. It was obvious that the hearts of these experts were racing. It was pitch black, and still pitch black. There was no light, only darkness. There was no hope, only despair, and he had to walk towards despair to find hope. At this moment, all the powerhouses felt as if they had experienced a lifetime. If not for the strong state of mind of a martial emperor powerhouse, they would have collapsed long ago. Phew! After an unknown period of time, a ray of light suddenly appeared. It was as if a bright light had appeared in a dark room. This light could not be considered light. It was only light compared to the long darkness because all the experts had entered an abyss with a weak light. A faint light shone in, but this light was not sunlight or moonlight. Similarly, he could not see any part of the sky. The abyss was bottomless. However, at this time, all the experts were at the bottom of the bottomless abyss. No one knew how high it was above. The entire abyss was like an iron bucket, surrounded by mysterious and solid Shiyang, who was as smooth as a mirror. Li Lingtian looked up and realized that he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. The height of the abyss and the shocking feeling were like the arrival of the heavenly might, making people not dare to have the mentality of leaping up. The abyss was only 1,000 meters wide, and everything inside could be seen clearly. Hush! Seeing everything in the abyss, everyone let out a cold breath. In the center of the abyss was a huge cage. It was unknown what the cage was made of, but it emitted an ancient aura. Inside, there was a tall figure. Although his back was facing all the experts, this figure was extremely majestic in the hearts of all the experts, like an unshakable mountain. Moreover, this figure was emitting an endless and powerful destructive aura. The aura was fleeting. Great Venerable Yin She. When all the experts saw this figure, they cried out in surprise, and their hearts beat faster. The legendary almighty demon was really here. A great venerable-like existence could wipe out all lives with a flip of his hand. At this moment, no one could calm down. In the face of a heaven-defying and irresistible mighty figure, how could they still have the slightest sense of resistance? A person's name, a tree's shadow. Great Lord Yin She was an existence comparable to a god lord. Warriors who had him were all warriors, and they could not fight against a true god. Phut! Ah! At this moment, the figure seemed to have been disturbed. The moment he turned around, a blood-red gaze appeared in everyone's sight. His eyes were blood-red, as if they were real. Under this gaze, Most of the expert's divine senses were damaged and they suffered spiritual attacks. He spat out a mouthful of blood. In the worst-case scenario, 2 8th-level martial Emperor realm experts were killed. When Li Lingtian saw the gaze, he was shocked to the core. He secretly activated his divine soul eye and mobilized his divine consciousness. He had barely escaped this calamity. Otherwise, he would have been injured as well. This figure could destroy ordinary martial artists with just a casual glance. What kind of existence was this? Sigh, I'm still too weak. Sigh, it's better than nothing. Let's make do with it. His figure was like a true god as he examined all the martial artists. His eyes carried a disdainful aura. However, this figure only turned his head and could not turn around. Li Lingtian took a closer look and saw that the figure's feet were nailed to the ground while his hands were pierced by a thin thread. Li Lingtian's eyes were filled with horror when he saw the 2 thin threads. It must be very powerful to use such a tiny thing to imprison an almighty powerhouse. Are you really great venerable Yinsha? At this moment, someone asked. Instantly, the entire abyss fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. Ignorance should be a kind of happiness. Unfortunately, you don't have this kind of happiness. I'm Great Venerable Yinsha. You guys remember me? Great Venerable Yinsha said indifferently. His calm voice carried supreme dignity. This was a true supreme expert. Hearing Great Venerable Yinsha's answer, everyone was in complete despair. After coming to this place, even if Great Venerable Yinsha was imprisoned, with Great Venerable Yinsha's strength, no martial artist here could escape his control. In other words, this place was Great Venerable Yinsha's ruler. He was the ruler of all of this. Swoosh. A gust of wind blew. At the same time, a martial emperor's body flew up automatically and quickly flew toward the cage. The martial emperor powerhouse's eyes were filled with fear. He did not have the slightest intention of resisting. He did not expect Great Venerable Yin Shi to be the first to catch him, and his body was taken away by the strange suction force. All the martial artists watched helplessly as this martial emperor was captured by Great Venerable Yin Shi. However, they did not dare to have any plans. The martial emperor powerhouse arrived above the cage in an instant. Immediately, a blood-red light appeared in Great Venerable Yin Shi's eyes. The blood-red light struck the martial emperor powerhouse directly. The martial emperor powerhouse floated in the air as if he was imprisoned. He did not resist at all. His eyes were filled with fear and despair. CC. All the powerhouses watched as the martial emperor powerhouse's true origin, blood essence, and lifespan flowed away. All his life force was absorbed by the blood-red light. The martial emperor powerhouse's originally powerful cultivation and life force were sucked dry in the blink of an eye. In the end, he turned into a skeleton. The skeleton fell to the ground and turned into ashes. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. A martial emperor powerhouse's life force, true essence, and blood essence were devoured by Great Venerable Yin Shi. Seeing all of this, they understood Great Venerable Yin Shi's words. All the experts here would be killed and devoured. Ah! Rumble. A martial emperor could no longer withstand such terror. He circulated his quintessential essence and a destructive attack blasted towards Great Venerable Yin Shi in the cage. Great Venerable Yin Shi completely ignored this attack. When the attack arrived in front of the cage, it was offset by a layer of faint divine light on the cage. All the experts were stunned. Seeing their own kind being devoured by Great Venerable Yin Shi like a delicious meal, they were extremely afraid. Ah! All one after another, martial emperor powerhouses were devoured by Great Venerable Yin Shi. Every time he devoured one, Great Venerable Yin Shi's body would explode with a shocking yin qi. This aura directly corroded the air into a poisonous fog. In the blink of an eye, all the martial emperor powerhouses turned into skeletons and ashes. Moreover, the martial artists present were all restrained by an inexplicable pressure, completely unable to move. Li Lingtian realized that the pressure did not come from Great Venerable Yin Shi but someone else. In other words, Great Venerable Yin Shi had 2 types of pressure, but this was impossible because no matter what attribute one cultivated, the pressure was the same. He secretly circulated his quintessential essence and scanned the area with his divine soul eye. Immediately, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. A huge wheel was floating above the cage. If it were not for Li Lingxian's divine soul eye, he would not have been able to discover the wheel that was hidden in the air. The wheel was extremely ancient and did not have the slightest luster. Beneath the 2-meter-long wheel, a slender man in black clothes and a purple crown floated. His face was extremely pale. Moreover, there was a pained expression on his face. The ancient wheel emitted a faint aura that suppressed the middle-aged man. It was obvious that this middle-aged man was enduring the destructive aura and restrictions brought by the wheel. His appearance blocked the destructive aura and restrictions on the wheel. It was obvious that he was helping Great Venerable Yin Shi below. Li Lingxian's eyes were filled with despair when he saw this. The man beneath the wheel was the mighty figure of the internals, the legendary Great Demonic God Di Tian. The pressure was emitted from Great Demonic God Di Tian's body. It suppressed all the experts and did not allow any movement. This way, Great Venerable Yin Shi could devour the true essence and blood essence of all the martial artists. Not bad, not bad. You guys are a little weak, but it's enough for me to leave the abyss and return to the heaven realm. I'll destroy all lives and unify the 3 worlds. Great Venerable Yin Shi said in satisfaction after devouring all the martial emperors. Then, he looked at the remaining martial saints with his blood-red eyes. Instantly, all the martial saints were shocked, and their bodies trembled non-stop. Because they were next, and they did not have the slightest bit of resistance. Swoosh. However, at this moment, a subtle sound appeared in the air, and a destructive force bombarded the cage. Chapter 610. Great Demonic God Di Tian. This attack was extremely strange. Other than the sound of the attack, there was no other sound in the entire abyss. All the experts were incomparably shocked. Even Great Venerable Yin Shi and Great Demonic God Di Tian, who was hiding in the dark, were incomparably shocked. In this place, everyone was imprisoned by the pressure. No one could attack at all. Let alone attack, even their fingers could not move. However, someone had actually launched an attack. How could this not be shocking? TSK. Everyone turned to look at Li Lingtian. The powerhouses present were shocked. They knew how terrifying Li Lingtian was, but they had forgotten about his existence in this place. Even a true god would be killed instantly in front of Great Venerable Yin Shi. However, Li Lingtian unleashed a terrifying attack under the suppression of the pressure. The attack pierced through space and hit Great Venerable Yin Shi in the cage. Great Venerable Yin Shi and the other experts revealed a trace of disdain in their eyes. There was a divine light on the cage, so they could not attack at all. With a soft sound, everyone was stunned. Great Venerable Yin Shi's eyes also revealed a shocked expression. This was because that attack had penetrated the cage and ignored the divine light on the cage. It directly hit Great Venerable Yin Shi's body. The destructive power penetrated Great Venerable Yin Shi's body. Very good, very good. Saint Devil Chi. Great Venerable Yin Shi looked at his chest that had been pierced through by the attack. The blood-red light in his eyes became even stronger, and his eyes were filled with greed. In the air, the Great Demonic God Di Tian cried out in shock. At the same time, the Great Demonic God Di Tian's figure was exposed in the air. That will was also displayed in front of all the martial saints. The Great Demonic God Di Tian's eyes were filled with shock and excitement as he glared coldly at Li Lingtian. The other martial saint experts were even more desperate. They did not expect that there would be another expert in this place other than Great Venerable Yin Shi. Although they did not know who this black-robed man with a purple crown was, he was definitely not that simple to be with Great Venerable Yin Shi. I've known about your existence for a long time. So, after I devour them, I'll seize your body of the 5 elements will of the way and become the supreme god of war to unify the world. I didn't expect you to not disappoint me. Great Venerable Yin Shi looked at Li Lingtian with a strange glint in his eyes. All of a sudden, all the martial saints, including Li Lingtian, thought of a question. Why was it that all the martial saints were devoured but he was not? He hadn't noticed this problem at first, But now he finally understood. Great Venerable Yin Shi had long noticed Li Lingshan's five-element will body. However, he did not make a move and left it for the final possession. Haha, is it that simple? You want to take my place? You're not good enough. At that moment, Li Lingtian moved his body and took a step forward with ease. He looked extremely relaxed and did not seem to be suppressed at all. This action shocked all the martial saints, Great Venerable Yin Shi, and Great Demonic God Di Tian. He was actually ignored by the Great Demonic God's pressure. What kind of concept was this? Similarly, the two mighty figures were extremely curious about what Li Lingshan's appearance meant. They could sense that something was amiss. Not bad, you've made me even more satisfied. When Great Venerable Yin Shi saw that Li Lingtian had ignored the Great Demonic God Di Tian's pressure, he was shocked and happy. The stronger Li Lingtian was and the more heaven-defying he was, the more he liked him. This was because he would be able to possess Li Lingshan's talent after the possession. Mph, stop bragging here. Others might not know, but how could I not know about the two of you? Heaven Realm Almighty Great Venerable Yin Shi, Lord of the Demon World, Great Demon God Di Tian. In the past, you were strong. That was only in the past. But now, your cultivation has fallen to an intolerable level. After being suppressed by the demon suppression wheel for millions of years, your cultivation base is only at the 6th or 7th sky of the martial saint realm. In my opinion, you will disappear in less than 100 years. What immortality is all a joke? Li Lingtian replied indifferently. Although he looked calm and collected, his heart was filled with bitterness. Only by secretly unleashing the heavenly demon domain and dragon energy could he break through the great demonic god Di Tian's pressure. However, with his martial emperor cultivation base, he could not hold on for long. He was just guessing. As he spoke, he stared at Di Tian and Yin Shi. Shock flashed across their eyes. Although it was fleeting, Li Lingshan's eye of the divine soul caught it. He knew that he was right. The other party's identity was confirmed, and his cultivation was basically confirmed. I know quite a bit. Yours truly is the great demonic god Di Tian. How did you know my identity? Where did your saint demon chi come from? Great demonic god Di Tian's expression changed continuously. He floated in the air, enduring the magical suppression of the demon suppressing wheel. He was astounded to see Li Lingtian speaking with confidence and composure in the face of two upper realm mighty figures. If he were standing in Li Lingshan's position, he would not have been so calm and collected. His calmness was driving him crazy. He was even more shocked and curious about the holy demon aura that Li Lingtian had just displayed. As the great demonic god, he naturally knew of the existence of the Saint Demon Chi. He had been chasing after Saint Devil Chi all this time, not hesitating to fight for it. He had never obtained the Saint Devil Chi he had been chasing for his entire life, yet it had appeared in a human's body. How could he not be shocked? Frog at the bottom of a well. Li Lingshan's expression was calm, but his divine perception was focused on the two mighty figures. If the two of them fought, he would be the first to dodge and prepare. With a disdainful look on his face, he stretched out his hand. Instantly, the entire abyss became scorching hot. The abyss was as hot as a blazing hell, almost devouring everything. The destructive aura of the burning devour flames emanated from Li Lingshan's body. The aura spread out and everyone felt fearful. At the same time, a ball of pure yang flames appeared in Li Lingshan's palm. The flames formed a strange pattern. The flame was extremely stable as it morphed into countless shapes in Li Lingshan's palm. However, Great Venerable Yin Shi and Great Demonic God Di Tian's expressions became shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. 9 Suns Sacred Flame. It's the 9 Suns Sacred Flame. You are 9 Young Saint Lord. Great Venerable Yin Shi and Great Demonic God Di Tian exclaimed when they saw the flames in Li Lingshan's palm. At this moment, he no longer looked like a mighty figure. Instead, he looked like a weakling who had seen a terrifying mighty figure. In an instant, Li Lingshan's position was swapped with Great Venerable Yin Shi and Great Demonic God Di Tian. It was Great Venerable Yin-She who was shocked by Li Lingtian instead of a martial supreme like Li Lingtian who was afraid of Great Venerable Yin-She. Not many people in the outside world knew of the Nine Young Saint Lord's great name. However, those true super experts knew of the existence of a figure like the Nine Young Saint Lord because the Nine Young Saint Lord was an ancient mighty figure, an existence that the mighty figures of the upper realm looked up to. They did not expect that the ancient Almighty would appear in this place. Immediately, Great Venerable Yin-She and Great Demonic God Di Tian were as shocked as the Martial Emperor and the others when they saw Great Venerable Yin-She. All the martial saint powerhouses could not adapt to this change. They did not know what was going on. The two mighty figures were so afraid of Li Lingtian's flames that they could sense that he was not a simple man. He was so terrifying that even Great Venerable Yin-She was afraid of him. I have reincarnated 3,000 times. I am 10 million times stronger than before. Although I'm a martial monarch realm expert now, you can try. Let's see if your martial monarch realm experts are stronger than mine. Li Lingtian's expression did not change in the slightest as his smile remained. He looked at Great Demonic God Di Tian and Great Venerable Yin-She as he spoke with confidence. With just one sentence, he told them everything he knew. He didn't need to hide or pretend to be strong. Instead, he told them his cultivation level. This way, the two super mighty figures became even more afraid. In the past, they were all supreme existences. Now, one of them was a reincarnation of 3,000 reincarnations. Their cultivation levels had been suppressed and dropped. Now that their cultivation levels were not much different, they had a chance to fight. Hush! All the martial saint powerhouses were stunned and could not help but exhale a breath of cold air. A martial emperor had actually challenged two ancient mighty figures at the same time. Even if their cultivation had fallen, their experience, strength, and terrifying methods were simply unimaginable to martial artists. Furthermore, they were still feeling a lingering fear after learning of Li Lingtian's true identity. It was a blessing that he did not fight Li Lingtian when he was outside. If he had fought then, he would have died long ago. As soon as Li Lingtian finished speaking, the entire abyss fell silent. The atmosphere was strange and oppressive. It was so oppressive that all the martial saints felt like they were about to collapse. Great Demonic God Di Tian and Great Venerable Yin-She were both looking at Li Lingtian with changing expressions. Similarly, Li Lingtian was looking at the Great Demonic God Di Tian. This Great Demonic God was Senior, but he had become an enemy under such circumstances. Are you sure you want to fight us? The Great Demonic God Di Tian looked at Li Lingtian in shock. The young man before him was the reincarnation of the Nine Young Saint Lord who possessed a miraculous and heaven-defying technique. What was even more terrifying was the Saint Demon Chi. Even now, Great Venerable Yin-She's wound was still spreading. It could not stop at all. If this continued, Great Venerable Yin-She would be destroyed by the Saint Demon Chi. Saint Devil Chi. As the great demonic god, he controlled the true devil chi that unified the entire world of the devil race. However, he did not obtain the Saint Devil Chi. This Saint Devil Chi was only recorded in the devil race's ancient records. It was an ethereal existence in legends. However, the great demonic god Di Tian discovered something. The Saint Demon Chi did exist, but it was within humans. Otherwise, the war between the demons and humans would not have happened in the upper realm. Now that the holy demon aura had appeared on a human like Li Lingtian, they were even more puzzled and curious. Chapter 611, Counterattack, 1, Saint Lord Joyang, hee. That's great. Although you don't have a divine spark or a divine body, you're much better than those trash. The blood-red radiance in Great Venerable Yin-She's eyes grew stronger as he glared at Li Lingtian coldly. Before Li Lingtian could reply to Great Demonic God Di Tian, he could not help but want to make a move. Because he knew the identity of this young man in front of him, he did not dare to be careless. Silk, there was a sound of fear in the air. Great Venerable Yin-She's blood-red eyes seemed to have materialized as they tore through the air and shot toward Li Lingtian. His speed ignored the distance between them. Eye of the Divine Soul. Li Lingtian shouted softly as 3 exquisite lotus-shaped runes appeared on his glabella. His entire being was suddenly extremely demonic. The same red light shot towards the other party. Both eyes ignored space. The speed of his gaze was extremely fast, reaching an indescribable level. TSK. Sha. The 2 eyes collided, and a soft sound appeared in the air, as if space had shattered. Everyone was shocked. This wasn't a contest of strength, but a battle of powerful techniques, or rather, a battle of talent. They did not expect Li Lingtian to have such a mystical and heaven-defying gaze. His divine soul was heaven-defying, and he was one of the most powerful beings in the world. The great demonic god Di Tian was shocked beyond words. He thought that Li Lingtian was about to fall at the hands of great venerable Yin Shi. Even though he was curious, it did not change their plan. The only thing they could do was to kill Li Lingtian. However, they did not expect Li Lingtian to have the eye of the divine soul. Deng deng deng. Huala huala. In an instant, Li Lingtian took a few steps back as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. His face was pale and powerless. However, great venerable Yin Shi's condition was even worse. His legs were pinned down and he could not retreat. However, his entire body swayed and his face was ghastly pale. He looked even more miserable than Li Lingtian. Under one attack, the few martial saint powerhouses could not see the slightest victory or defeat. He did not know if Li Lingtian or great venerable Yin Shi had failed, but a glimmer of hope was ignited in his heart. Since Li Lingtian was able to fight against great venerable Yin Shi, they had a slight hope of leaving this place. Eye of the divine soul? I didn't expect it to be the eye of the divine soul. Great venerable Yin Shi and great demonic god Di Tian were both shocked as they looked at Li Lingtian with a grave expression. Li Lingtian was the reincarnation of Nine Yang Saint Lord. His identity was powerful and heaven-defying. He also had heaven-defying means, and now, he had the eye of the divine soul to restrain great venerable Yin Shi's trump card. This situation was indeed not good. Only one of us can leave this place. Let's attack together. It doesn't matter whether you die early or late. However, it's impossible for you to obtain my talent. You'd better not dream about it. Li Lingtian circulated his cultivation technique as he glared at Di Tian coldly. He began to calculate in his heart. At this moment, his situation was not good. Although the cultivation of the other 2 had fallen, they were still at the 6th or 7th sky of the martial saint realm. Di Tian was a devil expert, while great sovereign Yin Shi was even more mysterious and terrifying. He cultivated a human cultivation technique, but he controlled the vicious Yin Shi demonic creature. After thinking for a long time, he decided who to start with. Di Tian had the demon suppression wheel on his head, so he definitely could not leave. Great venerable Yin Shi was in the cage, so he could not leave the cage either. As long as the 2 of them removed Di Tian, the demon suppression wheel's restriction would descend on great venerable Yin Shi. If he dealt with great venerable Yin Shi first, the situation would be bad. After all, great demonic god Di Tian was still on the side and was a huge threat. Therefore, only by eliminating Di Tian could he deal with great venerable Yin Shi in peace. Thinking of this, the true essence in his entire body turned into demonic qi, and monstrous demonic qi soared into the sky. Immediately, the entire abyss was filled with dense demonic qi, and this demonic qi was extremely pure. True devil qi plus saint devil qi was extremely terrifying. Qing Wu had given him the true devil qi of her clone, so he almost possessed the devil qi of Qing Wu's clone. In this way, his devil qi cultivation was several times stronger than his Zhen Yuan. Demons. That's impossible. I just cultivated a Mo skill. What a terrifying demonic qi. The few martial saint powerhouses were shocked when they saw Li Lingtian unleashing his demonic technique. Li Lingtian was a human powerhouse, but he had mastered the devil technique. Even so, he was afraid. However, he soon realized that Li Lingtian was just like the other fiendish cultivator powerhouses. He had only cultivated the fiendish skill. Furthermore, Li Lingtian was using the fiendish skill to fight against the most powerful Asmodean lord of the Asmodeans. Naturally, he was still a human. Li Lingtian cast the Eye of the Divine Soul. The 3 exquisite blood-red lotus runes on his glabella turned him into a demonic figure. True Devil Chi fused with Saint Devil Chi. The great demonic god Di Tian was shocked as he watched Li Lingtian's demonic skill. His expression changed continuously. True Devil Chi was not fake at all. He was the strongest devil lord of the devil race, the lord of all devils. Naturally, he cultivated true Devil Chi, which was also a symbol of the orthodox bloodline of the devil royal family. The young man in front of him was a human, but he had mastered the cultivation technique of the demon race. Moreover, there was a trace of holy demon Chi within the true demon Chi. Naturally, it was shocking to see such a heaven-defying legend appear on Li Lingtian. At the same time, Li Lingtian's fingers on his left hand moved and a strange-shaped weapon appeared. The weapon was pitch black and shone with a brilliant light, giving off a destructive and evil aura. Li Lingtian looked at the devil blade in his hand with a serious expression. There was a hint of a smile on his face, and the evil smirk at the corner of his mouth was frightening. The shocking demonic might enhanced Li Lingtian's demonic chi to become purer and more terrifying. Instantly, even a martial saint powerhouse felt a sense of destruction. It was as if he was on the verge of death. I want to see how long you can last in front of me. As the great demonic god of the demon race, you should have never seen this before, right? Heavenly Demon Region, Divine Magic Dragon Blade. The evil smile on Li Lingtian's lips grew wider. Coupled with the demonic chi and his demonic aura, he looked like a terrifying demon god. After saying that, a pressure appeared from his body. This pressure came from him and formed a 5-meter-wide domain around him. Within these 5 meters, he was the master of this place. At the same time, the heavenly demon region carried a terrifying demonic might and directly suppressed the opponent's aura. After his cultivation base had improved, the strength of the heavenly demon region had become even more terrifying. After obtaining Qing was true demon Qi, he had not used any demonic techniques. Now, the power he displayed was earth-shattering. After unleashing the heavenly demon domain, he slowly raised the Saint Magic Dragon Blade in his hand. His eyes were filled with coldness and cruelty. The divine magic dragon blade flashed with a brilliant light, giving off an aura of death. At this moment, Great Venerable Yin Shi did not have anything to say. He was only shocked and afraid. However, the great demonic god Di Tian was stunned. His eyes were dull, and his face was filled with excitement. Heavenly Devil Region. Divine Magic Dragon Blade. Saint Devil Chi. You should have obtained the legendary Holy Demon's true understanding and the Holy Demon ring in your hand, right? Great demonic god Di Tian's eyes flashed with a glint and there was a strange expression in them. Li Lingtian could see it clearly but he did not know what it meant. You're right. You can die now. Li Lingtian's eyes were emotionless as demonic qi surged from his body. The Holy Demon ring's Holy Demon Chi surged toward his right hand and he swung the Holy Demon Dragon Blade in an instant. A beam of light disappeared, but the space shattered inch by inch. The demon suppressing will also began to tremble, as though it could not suppress great demon god Di Tian. Let's see how powerful your heavenly demon domain is. God-slaying finger. When Great Venerable Yin Shi saw Li Lingtian attacking Di Tian, he knew that things were not looking good. This was because Li Lingtian was using the Devil Tribe's powerful cultivation techniques and treasures, as well as the Heaven Demon Territory's heaven-defying technique. Although the great demonic god Di Tian was powerful, his cultivation base had been depleted after millions of years. If this strike landed, Di Tian would definitely be injured. If Di Tian was injured, he wouldn't have any good days left. His hands were restrained, but a strange finger force suddenly condensed from the space behind him. The finger force was sinister and terrifying, containing a burning aura. Its might caused the few martial saints to tremble. Di Tian was also shocked. He didn't expect that great sovereign Yin Shi would actually waste his cultivation base to execute this attack. As he watched the brilliant Saint Devil Dragon Blade attack, the life force in his entire body burned, and a destructive demonic might erupted. He waved his hands, and two pitch-black and pure demonic qi appeared. Li Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect Di Tian to reach the 9th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm at such a crucial moment. His heart trembled. Even if he had the heavenly devil region and the saint devil dragonblade, he didn't have the slightest confidence in blocking Di Tian's devilish qi attack. However, none of the experts expected that one of the two destructive demonic qi would hit the god-slaying finger, and the other would hit the space between Great Venerable Yin Shi's eyebrows. TSK. TSK. Fut. Fut. There were two soft sounds. The sound of destructive attacks hitting each other. The attack of the Saint Devil Dragon Blade struck the center of Di Tian's brows. The brilliant light that appeared from the Devil Blade directly entered Great Demonic God Di Tian's mind. The Great Demonic God Di Tian's body swayed as his life force slowly disappeared. At the same time, the attack of the god-slaying finger was also offset by the pure demonic qi. Moreover, another demonic qi hit Great Venerable Yin Shi's glabella. Great Venerable Yin Shi did not expect his companion of millions of years to actually attack him at this time. He was not prepared at all. Moreover, Di Tian's cultivation was several times higher than his at this moment, so he did not have the slightest chance to resist. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Why? Great Venerable Yin Shi felt the life force in his body drain away, and he was extremely shocked. Moreover, the pure devil qi was connected to the wound on his chest that Li Lingtian had started attacking. The speed of his death was even faster. He stared at the great demonic god Di Tian in confusion, not understanding why Di Tian would turn his back on him for the sake of an unfamiliar human. Had it not been for the great demonic god Di Tian's counterattack, Li Lingtian would have been killed by his finger. Chapter 612, Spiritual Herbal Gardens, 1, because of Qingwu. Because he controls the Saint Devil Qi and the treasures of the devil race. I don't have to worry anymore. I'm free. The great demonic god Di Tian looked at Great Venerable Yin Shi as a faint smile appeared on his face. Great Venerable Yin Shi and Li Lingtian understood everything in those two simple sentences. Only a few martial saint powerhouses did not know what great demonic god Di Tian was talking about. Damn it. Great Venerable Yin Shi's face was filled with anger, but he did not have any strength at all. His vitality was also rapidly flowing away. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness, but she was helpless as she glared at Li Lingtian. When you used your true devil qi, I noticed Qing was aura. Therefore, I didn't plan to attack you. You don't have to feel guilty. In this world, the strong are respected. Don't let Qingwu down. Die. The great demonic god Di Tian looked at Li Lingtian and spoke in a serious tone. The life force in his body was rapidly draining away, and he no longer had any strength left. In addition, the demon suppression will radiated a destructive energy that was rapidly destroying Di Tian's life force. As he spoke, Di Tian's eyes gleamed with sharpness as a destructive devil might exploded forth. The few martial saints who were being suppressed had looks of terror in their eyes. A world-destroying pressure bore down on them. This was the devil might that great demonic god Di Tian had unleashed by burning his life force. Ah! 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 A few martial saint realm experts screamed as they instantly exploded into a bloody mist. They had completely lost their vitality. When Long Da and the other two saw this, their hearts were still trembling. Martial saints did not resist at all. They were directly crushed to death by the pressure of an expert. They were even less of a threat. They knew that if it were not for Li Lingtian, these fallen martial saints would have ended up like them. Saint Demon Sky, Heavenly Demon Saint, life and death are on the line. Saint Demon Dragon Blade's heart is in Saint Demon Hell. After the great demonic god Di Tian used the last of his life force to kill the few martial saints, his life force was already at the end. After saying a few inexplicable words, his life force disappeared and his entire person slowly turned into nothingness. However, a faint smile appeared on his face, a smile of relief. Boom! Just as the great demonic god Di Tian was about to fall, the demon suppression wheel's shocking pressure was hurled toward Li Lingtian. As Li Lingtian carried a shocking holy demon aura, he became the target of the demon suppression wheel's attack. Fut! Caught off guard, Li Lingshan's body was thrown into the air before he fell to the ground. Li Lingshan's heart turned ashen as he watched the destructive demon suppressing wheel approach him. He activated his cultivation technique and quickly cast the Heaven and Earth reincarnation technique. The demonic chi in his body had also disappeared. Boom. However, even though he had converted his true essence, the demon-suppressing wheel's attack did not come back. It did not stop at all as it continued to bombard Li Lingtian. With a loud explosion, Li Lingshan's body was thrown out. Finally, he fell to the edge of the abyss. He spat out a mouthful of blood and used his body to block the demon suppression wheel's attack. The thrilling scene just now was shocking. After the great demonic god Di Tian's death, the pressure disappeared and the heavenly demon king saw Li Lingtian being attacked. The first thing he did was to block Li Lingshan's path and throw him away. He had suffered a devastating blow. With a muffled sound, the demon suppression wheel fell to the ground. The abyss fell silent. Soon, the silence was broken. Long Da came to Li Lingshan's side while Marshal Saint Yunhao came before the heavenly demon king to protect him with her primordial qi. Li Lingtian adjusted his breathing slightly before he opened his eyes and looked at the heavenly monster king. The heavenly demon king's aura gradually stabilized. The demon suppression wheel's destructive attack had weakened when Li Lingshan's demonic aura vanished. Otherwise, Heaven Demon King would have died long ago. Fortunately, Heaven Demon King was fine. He only had a slight shock and would be fine after recuperating for a period of time. Following that, Li Lingtian walked toward Great Demonic God Di Tian and Great Venerable Yin She before Di Tian disappeared. Great Sovereign Yin She was killed by Di Tian's attack, but his body was still fine. He stood stiffly in the cage with two thin threads trapping him inside. Li Lingtian inspected the car. The two threads were connected to Great Venerable Yin She's lifeblood and could not be moved at all. Furthermore, there were countless arrays on them. The two super mighty figures didn't leave anything behind because everything they had was taken away when they were suppressed. Next, Li Lingtian put away the demon suppression wheel and refined it before storing it into the divine dragon ring. This time around, the few martial saints were wronged. They didn't even have the slightest resistance and were killed by Di Tian. Naturally, Li Lingtian knew that Di Tian was giving him a way out so that he would not leave these martial saints behind to cause trouble for Li Lingtian. Hence, he burned his life force to destroy a few of the martial saint powerhouses in the final blow. Let's go. After Li Lingtian had collected the powerhouse's storage pouches, he walked forward and entered through the passage he came from. When they came, there were dozens of experts, but when they left, there were only a few of them. They entered the darkness again. The passage was extremely quiet. But now, the divine consciousness in the passageway could extend even further. This was also the reason why Great Venerable Yin She and Great Demonic God Di Tian had fallen. When they passed by the demons, they were still squirming, but they were not as active as before. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian and the others arrived at the place where they had come down. Based on their perception with their divine consciousness, they could tell that this place was an array altar. If they wanted to go up, they could only teleport from the array altar. However, it was extremely difficult to figure out the runes on the array altar in the pitch-black space. You guys rest for a while. I'll activate the array formation of this array altar. Li Lingtian told Long Da and the other two before he sat down cross-legged and began to examine the runes on the array altar with his divine consciousness. In the darkness, he couldn't even see above. Even if he used flames, he couldn't see clearly. Swoosh, swoosh. 5 days had passed. Li Lingtian had been fumbling around with the runes on the array altar and finally understood them. This array formation was actually a rare god-demon array. It was formed by the fusion of powerful spiritual qi and demonic qi. In order to break this array formation, one must have demonic qi and spiritual qi. If there was only one kind of aura when the array was removed, then the expert who broke the array would suffer a backlash. Li Lingshan's heart trembled when he realized this. Fortunately, he had 2 auras. Otherwise, other array masters would only be courting death if they came. He waved his hands continuously, casting true essence and demonic chi spells. The two auras were constantly exchanging. Although it was a little awkward, there was no gap between them due to Li Lingxian's speed. Boom! At this moment, a ray of light was emitted from the array altar. Instantly, the entire dark space was lit up, and everything in front of him appeared clearly. Before Li Lingtian and the others could take a look, they were sucked away by a powerful suction force. The four of them entered the light and floated up, quickly teleporting to other places. In the light, Li Lingtian noticed that the aura within the light was getting denser. This aura was spirit qi. The more time passed, the denser the spirit qi became. Moreover, there was spirit pressure. Li Lingxian's face relaxed when he felt the spirit pressure. This was because spirit pressure could only be felt outside. This spirit pressure was also very familiar. In other words, as long as he was teleported out, he would be able to reach the vicinity of the spiritual energy pillar. Swoosh! However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The light suddenly broke, as if it had been divided. The teleportation also stopped, and the four of them fell down. He fell down fiercely, and no one knew where he was going. Li Lingtian was shocked to death when he encountered such a situation. He was most afraid of encountering problems during teleportation because it was not something a warrior could control. Even when crossing worlds, there would be accidents. Otherwise, his cultivation would have fallen due to the cross-world formation last time. Space Pennant. When he realized that the spatial teleportation was broken, Li Lingtian instinctively protected his mind and took out the spatial banner. However, when he took out the spatial banner, he was already on solid ground. A perfect fairyland appeared in his eyes, a seven-colored world. Spiritual energy was everywhere, and a refreshing smell entered his nose. The four of them landed and looked around. Not only were they not teleported to an unknown black hole, but they were also teleported to a world filled with birds and flowers. Spiritual herbal gardens. A huge stone tablet appeared in their line of sight. When they saw the stone tablet, the four of them were stunned. He didn't expect that there would be a problem during the teleportation and that he would actually come to the spiritual herbal gardens. This kind of thing was simply unbelievable. Li Lingtian had seen many strange things, but this was his first time encountering one. After calming himself down, he began to look around. This place was a medicinal garden with a radius of 100 miles. It was filled with precious medicinal herbs that were over 10,000 years old, and there were also natural treasures that were over 100,000 years old and 1,000,000 years old. Li Lingtian was thoroughly tempted by the herbs. Herbs that were 100,000 years old and 1,000,000 years old were practically extinct in the divine martial continent. He did not expect that there would be so many of them in this place. I didn't expect to come to the spiritual herbal gardens. Marshal Saint Yunhao looked at the spiritual herbal gardens in excitement and shock. He was excited that Li Lingtian would be able to refine countless precious elixirs with these herbs. He was shocked that the bottomless abyss had yet to end before he entered the spiritual herbal gardens. Moreover, entering the herb garden directly was too strange. It's no wonder the spiritual herbal gardens and the bottomless abyss were only separated by a few months. So there's a certain connection between them. They must have been roped in by a formation or some other reason when the two positions appeared. Moreover, the two locations are very close to each other. We accidentally came to this place. Long Da also started to analyze. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. This time, he didn't have to compete with other experts to take the herbs away from the spiritual herbal gardens. P.S. I recommend my good friend Bayu's urban godwork, City Overlord. Just from the name, you can tell that there is no limit to the power of fantasy. It should also have no moral integrity. You are welcome to try it. Chapter 613, Leave. 1. Don't touch these herbs. Each herb has its own attributes. Leave this to me. You guys go and find a way to leave. Li Lingtian saw Long Da and the rest's happy faces, but he quickly stopped them when he saw that they were about to pick the herbs. Not just any medicinal herb could be casually plucked, because these medicinal herbs had attributes. Moreover, Some precious medicinal herbs often had a lot of details. If they were not careful, the spirituality of these medicinal herbs would disappear. To an alchemist, these were no longer techniques. "We will do it now," Long Da replied respectfully. Knowing that Li Lingtian was particular about herbs, he dared not touch them. After that, he walked away with Yunhao. In this place, other than the spirit herb garden, there were also some passages. Moreover, the other places were filled with endless colorful spiritual qi. It was impossible to see through the spiritual qi. Needless to say, this colorful spiritual energy was a restriction and also the edge of the spiritual herb garden. If he wanted to find a way out, he could only look for it through those passages. After Long Da and Marshal Saint Yunhao left, Heavenly Monster King was meditating in the spirit herb garden to heal his injuries. Li Lingtian was extremely excited as he looked at the spiritual herbal gardens. However, he didn't start to collect the herbs. Instead, he carefully sized up the spiritual herbal gardens. The formation of the spiritual herbal gardens was mainly dependent on the heaven-defying spiritual energy and countless precious medicinal herbs. Only when the spiritual energy was rich could some precious medicinal herbs appear. These medicinal herbs were easily tens of thousands of years old, hundreds of thousands of years old, or even millions of years old. A million-year-old medicinal herb was a truly heaven-defying item. Even if it was not refined into a pill, it could be directly consumed to increase one's cultivation. This was because these medicinal herbs were heaven-defying in nature. Otherwise, they would not have been able to live for more than 1,000,000 years. Ordinary medicinal herbs, even if their spiritual qi was dense, would wither and turn into soil at the limit of their lifespan. The appearance of a spiritual herb garden in this place must have something to do with the spiritual qi outside. Outside was a world of spiritual energy pillars. There were also divine crystals and spirit stone pillars. Naturally, the spiritual energy was dense. From the looks of it, the spiritual energy outside must have belonged to True I Great Venerable Yin Shi and Great Demonic God Di Tian. These two powerful existences were both demons. Using a spirit weapon to suppress them was the best thing to do. However, the expert behind the suppression of the two mighty figures was not simple. He actually had such a big hand. Even the entire divine martial continent might not have such wealth. Moreover, those spirit stone pillars and divine crystals were not something that could be measured by wealth at all. The formation of the spiritual herbal gardens was related to the bottomless abyss. The two locations were actually together. Now that the time was also together, it was naturally clear at a glance. However, he was not a rash person. He did not dare to act rashly in case of any accidents. He looked at the grade and age of the medicinal herbs while searching for anything strange here. After searching for a full 2 hours, he still did not find the slightest thing. With that, Li Lingtian was relieved. He activated the divine dragon ring with his consciousness and quickly stored the herbs and soil into the ring. These medicinal herbs were categorized according to their age and rarity. Even though Li Lingtian was a martial emperor powerhouse, it took him more than half an hour to collect the herbs. Half an hour later, this place was no longer a spirit herb garden, but a barren land without any flowers or plants. Not even a single blade of grass could be seen. The dense spiritual energy also disappeared continuously. Phew! The sky shook as if it had sensed the disappearance of the spiritual herbal gardens. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly when he saw this. He had never expected such a situation to occur. He had looked around but he did not notice anything. Only in the end would such a thing happen. Young master. There's a formation ahead, a spiritual formation. At this moment, Long Da and Marshal Saint Yunhao had also rushed back. They looked at the scene and understood what was going on. At the same time, they looked at the sky and their expressions changed. Spiritual array. Let's go and take a look. Li Lingtian glanced at the meditating heavenly demon king before he flashed and quickly flew into the distance. Marshal Saint Yunhao also woke up the heavenly demon king and followed Li Lingtian. Soon, Li Lingtian stopped in front of a huge array altar. The array altar was filled with terrifying spiritual energy, and it even carried supreme spiritual pressure. This spiritual pressure was not bad. It was similar to the spiritual pressure of the spiritual pillar above the bottomless abyss. Move aside, let me try. Li Lingtian waved his hand and spoke to Marshal St. Yunhao and the other two behind him. Then, a golden light flashed between his eyebrows and the divine array appeared in front of him. The divine array emitted a faint golden light and a mysterious ancient aura. Quick! He waved his 10 fingers and mysterious spells appeared in the air. As the spells appeared, the golden light on the divine array became even stronger. At the same time, the huge array altar in front of him seemed to have sensed the divine array diagram. It trembled slightly and spiritual qi began to fluctuate. Long Da and the other two watched Li Lingshan's magic art from behind with admiration on their faces. However, they dared not disturb Li Lingtian at this moment. This was because they knew that once it was interrupted, the spell would be broken and Li Lingtian would suffer a backlash. Perhaps, the array altar would undergo some shocking changes. The three of them did not dare to breathe too loudly as they watched Li Lingshan's actions. After an unknown period of time, the sky began to shake. Long Da and the other two were anxious but they did not dare to show it so as not to affect Li Lingshan's ability to break the array. Crash! At this moment, the golden light on the divine array diagram expanded and turned into a pillar of light that poured down on the array altar. Instantly, the spiritual qi and spiritual pressure on the array altar fused with the golden light, emitting a 7-colored light. This light was the colorful world outside. Let's go! Li Lingshan's soft shout jolted Long Da and the other two awake. In a flash, they entered the colorful radiance. When Long Da and the other two entered, the light quickly disappeared. The four of them disappeared together, as if everything was an illusion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Li Lingtian and the rest were elated as their eyes lit up. This was because they had already left the spirit herb garden and arrived at the spirit qi pillar. However, before they could finish their joy, they were shocked. Spirit pressure came crashing down and a shocking amount of spirit qi poured down on Li Lingtian and the others. Divine Dragon Ring, activate. Li Lingtian was shocked and pleasantly surprised when he noticed the overwhelming spirit pressure and spirit qi. He activated the Divine Dragon Ring with his divine consciousness. He did not want to take away the spiritual energy in this place, but in the face of the spiritual energy attack, he could only let nature take its course. Otherwise, he would be killed by the spiritual energy pressure here. The shocking spirit qi and spirit pressure quickly reached Li Lingtian but the destructive spirit qi was absorbed by the Divine Dragon Ring. Although Li Lingtian did not suffer a direct attack from the spirit qi, he knew that the destructive spirit pressure was enough to cause him to feel the pain of destruction. However, he could only endure it at this moment. Spirit qi, spirit pressure, divine crystals, spirit qi pillars, spirit stone pillars, all of them quickly entered the Divine Dragon Ring. Li Lingshan's eyes were filled with shock and he could not react. On the other hand, Long Da and the others were filled with surprise. This was because the spiritual qi and divine crystals were enough for them to cultivate for dozens of lifetimes. Thut! Finally, everything was sucked dry by the Divine Dragon Ring. Li Lingtian was bounced back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale, but a faint smile remained on his face. Crash! Just as the spiritual energy disappeared, the sky shattered, and a hole appeared. The hole was originally only 100 meters wide, and the shocking seawater poured down like a galaxy. Then, the cave entrance collapsed like the Yellow River. The entire sky was shattered, and the shocking and destructive seawater bombarded down. Water Dao intent. Li Lingtian watched as the sea water poured down from the sky. With such power, even a martial saint or martial god might be killed. Seeing this situation, he quickly put Long Da and the other two into the Divine Dragon Ring, and with a thought, he displayed the will of the great path of water. His entire body disappeared, as if he had evaporated. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the destructive water bombarded down, and the earth disappeared. Everything disappeared. The entire island was completely submerged by the seawater falling from the sky, and all the residents were reduced to nothingness. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian surfaced with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was pale and powerless. In his line of sight, he could see an endless sea without any signs of life. Sacrifice. He activated the divine dragon ring with his divine sense, and Long and the others appeared. The three of them fell into the sea and became drenched. Bring out the flying ship and fly for a while. Let's see what this place is. Li Lingtian instructed Long Da as he had just cast the will of the water to dodge the destructive water attack. However, after he had transformed into the will of the great path of water, he had completely fused into the sea. He did not know the direction at all, so he did not even know where he was now. Swoosh. The flying ship was summoned, and the few of them boarded it. Following that, the spacecraft swiftly headed in a certain direction. Li Lingtian sat in his room and meditated. He had consumed too much energy earlier and he was also injured. Hence, he needed to recuperate first. After 2 hours, Li Lingtian had finished regulating his breathing. Although he was fine, it would still take a few days for his injuries to fully recover. After he stopped, Long Da walked up. Young master, we have already left the bottomless abyss. This sea area is the boundless sea area. It's just that we still need half a month to return to Nanda County. After Long Da bowed, he explained the situation in front of him. He was also extremely shocked. He never thought that they would come out of the bottomless abyss just like that. Although it was a little far from Nanda County, he had safely left the bottomless abyss and obtained countless benefits. P.S. I recommend the work of the great city god, Han Tang Fengyu, the best little farmer. The life of the Waiwai is all in it. Everyone, prepare your own toilet paper. Chapter 614, Qingxian Country's situation. It's indeed magical. Let's return to Nandu County first. Li Lingtian nodded. He was extremely curious about what had happened earlier. After all, they had only flown for a few months in the bottomless abyss, but after coming out, they had come to the boundless sea. From the looks of it, they seemed to be making no progress at all. It was indeed mysterious for such a magical thing to happen. However, they had finally left the bottomless abyss and obtained the herbs from the spiritual herbal gardens as well as some treasures. The risk this time was worth it. Soon after, Li Lingtian called Tang Qingyu and the others out. Long Da and the others were in charge of the flight. Naturally, Li Lingtian was used to asking questions about Tang Qingyu and the others after they came out. He also liked this feeling. After all, these girls were his wives or relatives. Big brother Lingtian, where are we? Shenyuan Yingying was the first to ask. Her small face was filled with doubt, but her eyes were still mischievous and cute. Li Lingtian was in a good mood when he saw this. He has already left the bottomless abyss and arrived at the boundless sea. Li Lingtian recounted everything that happened after they entered the bottomless abyss. All the girls were shocked and frightened at the same time. He was also curious and surprised, but more than that, he was worried. Fortunately, Li Lingtian had left safely. They were overjoyed to see him safe and sound. I didn't expect that there would actually be 2 supreme characters in the bottomless abyss. Luckily, you used your devil art first. If not, Di Tian wouldn't have helped you and would have joined forces to kill you. Huangfu Yuyan was glad to hear Li Lingtian's words. Li Lingtian had been scheming for a long time, but he had managed to hit the nail on the head and avoided this calamity. I can't enter the spiritual herbal gardens anymore. I wonder what they will think when they enter and find it empty. Tang Zi was amused when she thought that Li Lingtian would move the spiritual herbal gardens away. This was Li Lingtian's usual style. Whenever he came across something he needed, he would take it all with him, leaving nothing behind, not even the soil. I naturally won't go to the spiritual herbal gardens. However, we should take advantage of this period of time to properly adjust ourselves, lest we run out of time after the war begins. Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone. Once the war broke out in Nanda County, the entire commandery would be at war, and so would the other countries. Naturally, the conflict between the kingdoms would be even more intense. As long as the fuse was lit, the war of the entire Black Continent would begin. When the time came, the 100,000 commanderies would fight for supremacy, the kingdoms would fight for hegemony, and the empires would fight for supremacy. Li Lingtian felt his blood boil at the thought of this. Even if he was a martial artist, he could feel his blood boiling. He was a man, and all men liked hot-blooded battlefields. War was also for power and more cultivation resources, so that they could become more powerful. Power also represented strength, so he wanted to build a powerful force. Ling Tian, take a rest first. Tang Qingyu said gently and left the room. The other girls left the room as well, leaving Li Lingtian alone to rest. Even though it was fine for a warrior to not sleep, they were still humans after all. They would get tired too. Tang Qingyu and the rest allowed Li Lingtian to rest and recover. Li Lingtian smiled as he watched the girls leave. He then meditated to regulate his breathing before lying down on his bed to sleep. He slept for 2 days, and no one came to disturb him. On the 3rd day, Tang Qingyu and the rest came to visit Li Lingtian after seeing him wake up. With a group of peerless girls by his side, he was naturally in a good mood. After the dangerous moment passed, he returned to his carefree days. He cultivated and enjoyed life at the same time. There were still some treasures that needed to be dealt with. However, these treasures did not need to be sold for spirit stones. They could be used by the army below to strengthen their own army and sweep the world. Following that, Li Lingtian began to discuss with Tang Qingyu and the rest about the current situation in Qingxian. Although they were betting on girls, they were extremely smart and understood everything. Moreover, he would remind him from time to time so that he would not make any big mistakes in his decisions. This way, he would not be able to survive. Qingxian is nothing. We can use the power of Qingxian to capture all the commanderies and gather their strength together. With the strength of the outside world, we can start to devour the surrounding countries and slowly strengthen Qingxian. Although the other countries will know, this is inevitable. Huangfu Yuyan spoke slowly, analyzing the situation before her, and then sharing her thoughts and plans. Li Lingtian and the other girls nodded as they listened. At the same time they were paying attention to some of the key points in Huangfu Yuyan's plan. They wanted to see if there were any mistakes in her principles and if they could be changed. The method that Yu Yang mentioned is steady and generous. It's also the simplest and most reliable method. After we go back, we will quickly clean up the commanderies under Qingxian and gather the powerful forces in our hands. Li Lmjishan smiled in satisfaction. Among the women, Huangfu Yuyan was not the prettiest, but she was experienced. Coupled with her elegance, she was not inferior to the other girls. He agreed with her analysis. After all, they had no support in the Black Continent, nor did they have any powerful forces. He could only rely on himself to slowly gather power, but he had a huge advantage. That was medicinal pills. By relying on medicinal pills, one could condense shocking power. Although the strong had their own country, they could not live without pills. Whoever gave them pills and resources, they would help them. Subsequently, Li Lingtian and the rest spent the night on the spaceship. The flying ship quickly flew towards Nanda County. After 10 days, they finally returned to Nanda County. The first thing Chu Tianlan did upon returning to Nanda County was to visit Li Lingtian at the Li residence. "Greetings, young master. Congratulations on your safe return." Chu Tianlan bowed respectfully. She was extremely shocked because the news of her entering the bottomless abyss in the boundless sea had been spread back. When he received this news, he was extremely shocked. Although he understood that there was a purpose for using the Heaven and Earth 5 elements formation, he was still shocked. However, they did not expect Li Lingtian to be so bold as to rob all the powerhouses. Furthermore, he had even killed a martial saint powerhouse in one move. Such cultivation and strength could only be described as terrifying. This time, they did not see any powerhouses returning. Only Li Lingtian and the others had returned. They were afraid, but they dared not imagine it. Yes. Did anything happen in Nanda County during this period of time? Li Lingtian nodded. He sat on the main seat with a calm expression on his face. He merely nodded at Chu Tianlan's salutation. If the other Nanda County experts saw this, their jaws would drop. However, he was still concerned about the strength of Nanda Prefecture. He wanted these forces to compete with other commanderies and slowly devour other commanderies and countries. Nothing happened in Nanda County. However, it seems like the Tianluo Kingdom has gathered the forces and armies of the other kingdoms to attack the Qingxian Kingdom. Chu Tianlan replied respectfully upon hearing Li Lingshan's question. This was what he had to report to Li Lingtian, and it was also the most urgent matter. At this time, Nanda County naturally had to help Qingxian. However, Qingxian was not a match for Tianluo Kingdom and the other kingdoms. Naturally, Nanda County's fate was not so good. It might just vanish into thin air. Now that Li Lingtian had returned safely, it was up to Li Lingtian to make the decision. He did not pay any attention to it. Oh, it's just a few small countries. They can't cause any big waves. Gather all the forces and listen to my arrangements. Swallow all the commanderies in Qingxian. You don't have to worry about Qingxian. Li Lingtian replied calmly. It was just a few countries and they were not considered heaven-defying. If it was in the past, they wouldn't dare to be careless. After all, Qingxian was the size of Azure continent. The combined strength of several countries was equivalent to the size of Azure continent. Naturally, Qingxian would not be able to defend against such a powerful force. However, with Li Lingtian around, Qingxian would not be destroyed. No matter how powerful a country was, as long as they killed their ultimate powerhouse, they would be able to wipe out the morale of the entire country. This subordinate understands. Young master, have the others who entered the bottomless abyss returned? Also, about the spiritual herbal gardens. It seems like there are more experts planning to enter the spiritual herbal gardens this time. Chu Tianlan probed inside. After she asked, her heart began to tremble as she was worried that she would anger Li Lingtian. They all died. Don't worry about the spiritual herbal gardens. Let them do whatever they want. Li Lmjishan looked at Chu Tianlan with a sharp gaze before he retracted his gaze and spoke indifferently. This gaze almost made Chu Tianlan break down. It was as if she had fallen into the depths of hell. This subordinate will obey. If young master does not have any instructions, this subordinate will take his leave first. Chu Tianlan's back was already drenched, and her face was pale. Seeing that Li Lingtian did not say anything, he excused himself. This is for you. Li Lingtian took a glance at Chu Tianlan before he retrieved a superior saint weapon from the divine dragon ring. These sacred artifacts were good to begin with, but Li Lingtian was no longer interested in them. He would not even give them to Tang Qingyu and the others because it would take up too much time for them to refine the sacred artifacts. If he encountered a divine artifact in the future and had to refine it again, it wouldn't count. Instead of that, it would be better to not use these divine artifacts and use them when he had a divine artifact. Moreover, these saint weapons were also obtained from the storage bags of those martial saints. Chu Tianlan followed him and was considered a subordinate. Naturally, she wouldn't let him be too shabby. Thank you for your gift, young master. Chu Tianlan was excited when she saw Li Lingtian tossing the superior saint weapon at her. He quickly thanked Li Lingtian respectfully. He did not expect Li Lingtian to give him such a sacred artifact. Naturally, he was overjoyed and left the Li residence with the sacred artifact. P.S. I recommend Miracle's urban fantasy work Super Soldier King in Huaju. Welcome to appreciate. Chapter 615. Establishing a force. Countless experts gathered in Nanda County. They were all waiting for the spirit herbal gardens to open. They were worried that Li Lingtian would reappear after the incident where countless powerhouses obtained the bottomless abyss. This was because Li Lingtian was too terrifying. Even if there were people who were not afraid of Li Lingtian, they did not want to go against him. After all, this Li Lingtian was extremely terrifying and he was also a super divine alchemist. Naturally, no one was willing to cause trouble for him. They hoped that Li Lingtian would not show up at the spirit herbal gardens. If there was another robbery, wouldn't he die of grievance? Fortunately, Li Lingtian did not show up. Naturally, It was what they wanted to see most. However, the spiritual herbal gardens had not been opened, which shocked all the experts. After waiting for a whole month, the spiritual herbal gardens still did not open. Gradually, all the experts left Nanda County, but there were still many experts who continued to wait. The Array Dao master who calculated that the spiritual herbal gardens and the bottomless abyss would open in a year was scolded by countless experts until he was covered in bruises. Naturally, they didn't know that the spiritual herbal gardens had long disappeared and that they had all been taken away. The person leading the spirit herbal gardens was precisely the person they were afraid of, Li Lingtian. If they knew that Li Lingtian had taken the spiritual herbal gardens away, they might have some thoughts or break down. During this period of time, Li Lingtian had been refining elixirs in the Li residence. Every time he refined pills, he would get the medicinal herbs from the storage bags of other experts. Such medicinal herbs were usually wasted to refine low-grade pills. However, even if it was a low-grade medicinal pill, he would still refine a peerless medicinal pill. Days passed, and the pills in his hands piled up. The Tier 1 Vitality pill and the Tier 5 Azure Yang pill were used by Li Lingtian as practice. The real pills he refined were the Dust Cleansing pill and the Great Rejuvenating pill. As for the Divine Feather pill that the demonic beasts consumed, the Great Cyclic Pellet had long been refined into a peerless grade variant, and the Divine Feather pill was also a peerless grade. Sometimes, even he himself was not sure whether the pills he refined were stronger in terms of alchemy skills, the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron, or the Divine Dragon Cauldron. This was because the medicinal pills refined every time were all peerless existences. The Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron was extremely magical. After the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron entered the Shunnong Cauldron, no one knew what the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron and Shunnong Cauldron were. He couldn't tell if this cauldron was the Shunnong Cauldron or the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. Moreover, there were some secret origins between the two. Only after figuring out the origins of the two could he determine whether it was the Creation Cauldron or the Shunnong Cauldron. The alchemy technique was an ancient alchemy technique. The alchemy cauldron was the Shunnong Cauldron and the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron, and the pill formula was a magical ancient recipe. When all these were combined, it really was not that difficult to refine a peerless pill. Boom! With a shocking explosion, a stream of spiritual energy soared into the sky. In the Li residence, there would be such a shocking commotion almost every few days. Countless experts in Nanda County were already used to it. However, every time the spiritual energy soared into the sky, it was a time when countless experts were happy and envious. This was because it represented the appearance of a 6th or 7th grade medicinal pill. Moreover, thunder and lightning appeared in the sky from time to time. When they saw this situation, they were extremely shocked because they had attracted a pill tribulation when they were refining pills. The appearance of the pill tribulation meant that the level 6 or 7 medicinal pill was about to mutate. The mutated medicinal pill was miraculous and heaven-defying. It far exceeded the level of the medicinal pill itself and also exceeded the imagination of experts. Just like that, 2 months passed. Moreover, under the development of Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the Heavenly Demon King, the Li Residence's guards were extremely powerful. There were 6 martial saints, more than 200 martial emperors, more than 1,000 martial honors, and more than 5,000 martial monarchs. Such a powerful force could easily sweep across a commandery. Moreover, such legions were extremely united, unlike the legions of commanderies and countries. These powerhouses were basically gathered around the Li residence. As long as Li Lingtian gave the order, they would quickly gather and sweep away the countless powerhouses. More importantly, Li Lingtian gave these powerhouses a combined attack formation and 3 other offensive formations. During a war, millions of troops were often involved in a battle. Hence, a powerful formation was required. As a powerful Holy Array Master, Li Lingtian naturally had to use his army in the formation. The army under him was at least a martial royal realm expert. Generally, there were 49 people per array. There were 9 supreme realm experts in an offensive array, and 9 martial emperor realm experts in an array. Although they could not fight against 100 alone, they could definitely kill experts of the same realm in an instant. Except for Nanda Prefecture, The other commanderies were ready for war. However, the war they were preparing for was to mobilize a powerful army to reinforce Qingxian. However, Li Lingtian knew that it was impossible for these commanderies to suppress all the forces in order to avoid being swallowed up by the remaining commanderies after the victory of the war. On this day, Li Lingtian arrived at the drill ground in Nanda County. The drill ground was 50 miles in radius, but it was extremely quiet at this time. All the soldiers of the Southern Army had to return to their camps. Once they came out, they would be killed. However, in a relatively remote area of the drill ground, nearly 10,000 experts were gathered. Each of these experts was above the martial emperor realm. Each of them was an overlord of a region and was untamed. However, they never expected that these experts would gather here. They were all members of the same army. The neat formation did not dare to look like experts at all. Instead, they were qualified soldiers. There were a total of 3 Fang Zheng. The 3 Fang Zheng were martial emperors, martial venerables, and martial emperors. The 6 martial saints also stood in front of the experts here, looking extremely respectful. Since dawn, these experts had gathered here, standing motionless and waiting. Until noon, when the scorching sun seemed to scorch the earth, the experts under the scorching sun still did not complain at all. No one dared to circulate their cultivation to resist the scorching sun, and they stood there without looking away. If other experts were to see these people, they would be shocked. Experts who were originally high and mighty should have been respected by tens of thousands of people and enjoyed the cultivation in a pharaoh-like environment. But now, these people were suffering here, and they did not dare to complain at all. Others naturally did not know how these experts felt. Not only did they not complain, but they were also respectful. This was because the person waiting for him was an extremely terrifying master. He was also a super alchemy saint who could turn the clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. To be able to follow him was definitely the wish of a strong person. At noon, every powerhouse had beads of sweat on their faces, dripping down one by one. However, none of the experts circulated their energy to resist, allowing the scorching sun to burn. Boom! At this moment, a destructive pressure appeared in the sky. The appearance of this pressure made all the experts instinctively want to resist. However, when they wanted to resist, they could not even move their fingers. There was no need to mention martial emperors and martial supremacies, because in front of martial saints, they could not even move their fingers. However, a martial emperor could move even in front of a martial saint. It was just that he could not unleash much of his cultivation. However, this pressure was so powerful that even a martial emperor powerhouse could not move an inch. It was not just them. Even the 6 martial saints felt as if death had descended upon them when faced with this pressure. The destructive pressure imprisoned all the experts. In their hearts, they knew that at this moment, as long as the other party had the slightest killing intent, they would disappear into thin air. As long as you resist, you will disappear. This is my 9 heavens constellation. Here, I am the ruler. You guys still have to broaden your horizons. Don't just focus on strength. In this world, there are heaven-tier divine powers, saint-tier mighty divine powers, and god-tier techniques. He even used the techniques of mighty figures, as well as countless taboos and forbidden spells. They are things that you will never be able to imagine. As soon as the voice fell, the destructive pressure disappeared. Immediately, all the experts relaxed. However, just as he was relaxed, a destructive will of the great path of metal appeared between heaven and earth. The will of the great path of metal was indestructible. All the experts could resist the will of the great path of metal. When he blocked it, the metal will of the great path turned into the will of the great path of water. Softness could overcome hardness, and the resistance of all the experts disappeared. It was as uncomfortable as punching cotton. Just as they were feeling uncomfortable, the will of the great path of fire appeared, followed by the will of the great path of earth and finally the will of the great path of wood. The 5 elements Tao will rotated once, and all the experts seemed to have experienced life and death. His legs trembled, but he did not dare to fall. At the same time, he was shocked and excited because in a few months, all the experts in Nanda County felt the changes in the 5 elements at the same time. They all improved their cultivation and broke through. The reason was found. It was because when an expert broke through, he attracted the will of heaven and earth, and the will of heaven and earth benefited all living beings. Now, they finally understood that the heaven-defying super-expert was right in front of them. He was also their master. The expert they had always looked up to and worshipped was actually their master. How could such a thing not shock and excite them? From the descent of the pressure to its disappearance, to the experience of the 5 elements of Tao intent, the entire process seemed to be long, but it really only took a few seconds. In these few seconds, all the experts seemed to have experienced life and death. In his line of sight, a handsome young man walked up the steps of the drill ground step by step. Behind him were 4 experts. Among the 4 powerhouses, one was a martial emperor while the other 3 were martial saints. The 4 of them followed behind the young man respectfully. At that moment, even a fool would know that the young man was the super powerhouse and their master, the holy alchemist, Li Lingtian. This subordinate greets the young lord. All the experts bowed respectfully, their faces filled with excitement and respect. Even though his body was trembling, he didn't dare to show any disrespect. At the same time, there was fear and respect. Get up. Li Lingtian slowly walked up the stairs to his seat and sat down leisurely. He did not look like a powerhouse at all. Instead, he looked lazy, but no one dared to think so. The more it was like this, the more terrifying it was. When an expert acted casually, no one would notice. This way, they would treat a tiger as a sick cat. When that time came, they would not even know how they died. P.S. I recommend September Fire's fantasy masterpiece, The Way to Swallowing the Heavens. This is a top-grade fantasy work. It is worth reading for those who have updated. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,